Recording in progress.
Okay, welcome everyone. I hope we got a good night's sleep. And we are on time, that's good. So I'd like to turn to Executive Director Burton if there are any announcements.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, council members. Thank you everyone for staying late yesterday. We did manage to get back on time, which is a good thing at this time of the council meeting agenda. I've got a full docket again today. Seems like a fairly consequential day with quite a few decisions to be made on some really important matters. So we'll try to keep that in mind as we move through today, and best of luck. So that's it, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Barrick. With that, before we go on, I'd like to thank Bob Dooley for the paying it forward of the donuts. So thank you, Bob, for the nourishment we'll have throughout the entire day, all 6 dozen. Okay, with that, we'll start off in C3, Marine Planning Update, and turn to Carrie. Carrie?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everybody. This is agenda item C3. It's your marine planning update. The Marine Planning Committee met several weeks ago and put a report in the advanced briefing book, and then they met again for their first in-person meeting earlier this week on Wednesday, and have a supplemental report that's also in your briefing book. You'll hear more about both those meetings and both the reports in just a couple of minutes, so I won't go into any detail. You have your normal suite of marine planning items to consider today, focused mostly on offshore wind energy, but there's several other elements to this, again, that you'll hear in a moment when you hear the MPC reports summarized. For meeting materials, you also have in the advanced briefing book 2 attachments that are both related to the joint fishery communications plan for the 2 offshore wind energy leaseholders off of Humboldt Bay. That's RWE and Vineyard Wind. So they issued a draft FCP for comment, and the MPC considered that the other day, and you'll hear a little bit more about that as well. You also, just as a reminder, you also saw in the September briefing book the 3 Morro Bay leaseholder draft fishery communications plans also that were out for comment. So this follows the same pattern, except this one is joint instead of individuals. You also have some supplemental materials. There's 2 supplemental tribal reports that are now in your briefing book. And then you have supplemental Habitat Committee, HMSAS, and a supplemental GAP report. And I think there's at least 1 public comment at this point. And then I also want to mention that we have several people who are going to be either in the room or online. A couple of BOEM representatives, I think Nessie Sumait, and I'm not sure who else might be joining us. I don't have the list in front of me. And then we also have a couple of, we have Arlene Merrims from ODF&W in case any questions come up on the habitat portion of that letter that is in the briefing book. I forgot to mention that. Speaking of the letter, the QR letter that was distributed on the draft Oregon wind energy areas, which was first distributed through the QR process to the council, and now is in the briefing book as attachment 3. But anyway, so we have some, as I mentioned, we have Arlene, who is the chief habitat committee author for that. And then Eric Chavez from NIMFS, who can also answer habitat related questions, and several other people who are here in the room with us in case any questions come up. So your action today is to consider the MPC report 1 and 2 and provide guidance as appropriate. After my overview, we'll turn to the tribal report and the MPC report and the other AB supplemental reports, and then any public comment that there is. And then again, your council action is to consider the marine planning report and provide guidance as necessary. And that concludes my overview. If there's any questions, I can take those.
Okay, thanks, Kerry. Questions for Kerry on his overview? All right. With that, we'll go to the tribal report and Joe Oman. Joe?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we have a couple of tribal reports that we wanted to provide for the council. We do have a representative from the Makah tribe, Steve Joyner, here, who can speak to those. But to provide a little context, is as the council is aware, the tribes with federally reserved fishing rights have been very concerned about offshore wind and the potential impacts that can have on the resources that these tribes along the West Coast will be affected by. To date, we haven't seen the willingness from our perspective for BOEM to work with the tribes in a proactive and timely manner to consider and address all of the concerns that we have on this. And that's troubling. And before we get to a point where it possibly is too late, we do want to try and work with NIMFS and the council and other people and fisheries are affected by this in a way to get this to a place that hopefully will be responsive and protective of our fishery interest. And so speaking from the perspective of inland tribe, being in Nez Perce, we've seen what renewable energy can have on our renewable and sustainable resources that we rely upon, such as Snake River salmon and steelhead. And we've seen the impacts that the dams and energy have had on our resources and our ability to carry on with a livelihood that we used to have. And so I believe that the Columbia River Treaty Tribes are also looking to prepare a letter on this and address that to BOEM. I don't think that's been completed yet, but that should articulate some of the concerns that are particular and specific to Columbia River. So with that, Mr. Chair and Council, I do want to invite Steve up so he can provide an overview of the letters that were submitted as part of the record here and speak to some of the issues that they've expressed in that letter.
Thank you, Joe. Welcome to Steve.
Thank you, Joe. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Council. You have the two letters in your briefing book. One is a letter to BOEM on the Oregon wind areas. And in that letter, which other tribes, including the Hoh tribe, have sent similar letters. We're asking BOEM to suspend all of their current offshore wind energy projects until the fundamental questions that we've been raising for a couple of years on impacts to the oceanographic processes, including upwelling, impacts to larval fish species, impacts to existing fisheries and the fisheries infrastructure that we all depend on, impacts to marine mammals, and other considerations are addressed. We've been asking for this for 2 years, as I mentioned, and we firmly believe that these should have been addressed prior to any identification of any wind energy areas. And now 2 years or more into the process, we're at a point where we're trying to play catch up. So we want BOEM, the tribes want BOEM to address this, and we want them to work with the tribes as they're required to do to reach consensus on this. And so until that is done, we just want to see it stopped. The second letter was sent from the Makah tribe to the regional director and the 2 science center directors, requesting their assistance in addressing these fundamental questions. And you all have heard me say this before, so it's no surprise that National Marine Fisheries Service is our ultimate phone a friend. And so this is our big phone call to the agency. And we've had some preliminary conversations with the region and the Science Center folks. This will be a monumental undertaking. And this morning, you're going to hear reports on from the Marine Planning Committee and the roadmap that the Marine Planning Committee developed with the questions, the priority areas that we need to focus on. I know that National Marine Fisheries Service sent a similar letter to BOEM. The state of Oregon had a similar one. So we're all looking at the same thing. And what we've asked BOEM to do is to fulfill their legal obligations to the tribes, their legal obligation and their fiduciary duty to the tribes. And so to help achieve that, we're asking the National Marine Fisheries Service for help. Speaking for Makah, but other tribes share this same concern. When the Makah Treaty was negotiated, Governor Isaac Stevens told him what the U.S. was after. They wanted to buy their land. And the Makah response is, I must have the sea. The sea is my country. And so in the 100 and somebody help me, 60, 70 years since that treaty was signed in 1855, nothing has changed. The sea is the Makah's country. And so it's very, very troubling for the tribe that a federal agency wants to come in and potentially change the way the ocean works without going through this process. So this is where we are today. And we hope that this can all be put together rather quickly, and that, again, we'll be looking for everybody involved in this to be part of it, to help us out, because this affects everybody. And there's certainly a lot more that those of us in the tribal staffs can do. But, we want to be in a position to help see this through. So that's my message today. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Any questions for Steve? Bob Dooley.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, Steve. Thank you for coming forward with this. As you know, we worked together many years in MREP, and I've gotten the message loud and clear that we're co-managers and we work together. But the tribes, in my estimation, in my learning from you, have rights that are over and above what we normally would have. Tribes are our co-managers, co-partners, but they have levers that we can't pull. And I'm hoping that that's the case. And maybe you could speak to that difference, because there's promises made to the tribes in the treaties. And hopefully that lever would be the thing that could tip it over to get us to slow this process down, because it is, I think, colleague Phil Anderson said, this is the next existential threat to our fisheries and our livelihoods and our coastal environments and communities. So I just wonder what your thoughts about hopefully having a lever that's a new lever that can be pulled that might tip the scales. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Bob. I don't want to be guilty of practicing law without a license, but I'm fairly confident that the treaty rights of the tribes have the strength to make this happen. And the Makah Tribal Council is taking this very, very seriously. So they're prepared to go wherever they need to go to get this done. And also, as just a humble tribal biologist, I can say that, the tribes were the first managers of the ocean fisheries, the first custodians. And they've taken that role seriously over the years and still do. So this is a time where, I really believe that the tribes are going to step up and take the lead, and for the benefit of everybody who fishes on the West Coast. Does that help? Does that answer it?
Mr. Chairman. Yes. Thanks, Steve. Yes, it does. And believe me, I probably 8 years ago when we started MREP, I had a totally different opinion of the relationship and the value of this co-partnership that we have, and that we benefit from each other greatly. And I value it, and I have a completely different perspective, and that's because of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob.
Thank you, Bob. Anyone else? Okay. Bush Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At least I think it's Mr. Chair. You've been demoted and promoted a bunch of times in this meeting, so I'm confused myself. Steve, I would like to thank the tribes for not just saying, just not in my backyard, but not in everybody's backyard, and realizing fish have fins and they just don't stay in our backyard. And what happens in my backyard has effect on everybody's backyard. And I really appreciate that, because what this, can't think of a PG word to say it, but this wind energy project and my estimation on how this has been sold and handled in a backwards fashion is unbelievable to me. And so I hopefully live a few more years. I have had others take the lead and give me reports on it, on how it's going. But I respect everyone's working in this to keep their sanity when you come from a coastal community and know how much this could change all our lives. And I want to say thank you to the tribes and my friends in the cause on this issue for working so hard. So thank you.
Thank you, Butch. Anyone else? Krista Svensson?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And appreciate the testimony today. Appreciate the letter in the briefing book, and I'm thankful for the support. Having come from the Oregon side of the process, but not the tribal side of the process, and having made that motion in April. We have a letter currently in the briefing book, and maybe sending that forward, and just interested in hearing your thoughts and opinions on what the council process has created, and if that's in alignment based upon what is within the letter in terms of the asks around science and data, whether that would be supportive of the direction you would like to head.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Krista, yes, I very much support that letter as written. And it is directly in line with what we're trying to achieve. And again, I think it's very important that we all work together on this. And, we all share the ecosystem. And I really appreciate what the council's done on this. And I really encourage that letter go forward. I'll just add one other thing. When I first started, there was a macaw fisherman, Charlie Peterson. Some of you may remember that name, but Charlie told me, don't get locked in on what Judge Bolt determined our area to be. Our waters extend from San Diego to the Bering Sea. I understand that now because of the fisheries that the tribe depends on come from Southern California and all the way up into the Bering Sea. So now that has all come together, and we're going to be approaching it from that perspective.
Krista, thank you. Anyone else? Okay. All right. Thanks, Steve.
Thank you.
And I guess go ahead and turn to Joe. Any questions for Joe in the tribal report beyond that?
That was it, Mr. Chair. And thank you for allowing us the time to provide that.
And thank you, Joe, for the partnership that we have with the tribes and your support in this issue. Okay. Next up will be the MPC report. And Mike Conroy who's here, I believe. And Susan Chambers. Morning, Mike.
All right. Good morning, Mr. Chair, council members. I'm one of the co-chairs of the Marine Planning Committee, and I will be going through our PowerPoint presentation. So just real quick, items that are included in the briefing book, I think Carrie did a very good job of describing and explaining those. I do want to reference that the two materials submitted on the Joint Fisheries Communications Plan is both a copy of the draft plan and then a copy of the flyer that will describe for folks the best way to comment should people want to comment on that. Sandra. And then Carrie also outlined materials that had been uploaded to the briefing book since this presentation was prepared. As you just heard through both Joe and Steve, the two supplemental tribal reports. Thank you to the tribes for submitting those, and then also some advisory body reports. So with regard to the draft fisheries communications plans, per the leases themselves, these communications plans describe the strategies that the lessees intend to use for communicating with the commercial fishing and recreational fishing communities prior to and during activities in support of the submission of a constructions and operations plan. On the left, that's attachment 1, and that is a flyer announcing the draft fishery communication plan is available for public comment through November 10th and provides instructions for how one could comment should one want to do so. And then on the left-hand side and right-hand side of my screen is actually the draft of the fisheries communications plan, joint plan prepared by RWE and Vineyard Wind. The draft does appear to meet all the requirements of a fisheries communication plan as described in the leases themselves. So the Marine Planning Committee and the Habitat Committee drafted a letter for your consideration to submit as a public comment in response to BOEM's request for comments on the draft wind energy areas off the Oregon coast. As you see, and as you know, this is a lengthy document that we believe is both responsive to the notice request for comments and in line with the motion that was approved by the council in September. With regard to the items included in the request for comments, specifically the 9 items that contained at the very bottom of the request for comments. So what you're seeing here are the aliquots that the Marine Planning Committee is recommending for removal from the draft wind energy areas based upon fishery impacts. For clarity, those are the ones that are highlighted in yellow. The one on the left, as you see there, that's the draft WIA A, which is in the Coos Bay call area. And the one on the right is draft WIA B, which is in the Brookings call area. Just briefly to describe how we came up with these, so it's not a mystery. The fishery reps to the MPC identified specific aliquots that were proposed to be removed. For HMS fisheries, we created a data layer under the Oro wind map tool and then overlaid that with the ranked level of importance for specific areas in terms of efforts and revenues of areas to the commercial and charter albacore fisheries. Areas that had an elevated ranked level of importance. For draft WIA A, this number was a little bit over 60. For draft WIA B, it was over 40. We recommended those for removal. The different levels were used because if we had applied the 50% ranked level of importance to both draft WIAs, we would have ended up recommending removal of pretty much all of the aliquots from draft WIA A. Members of the AS did not disagree with this approach. The lack of recreational fishing information was highlighted as a concern, as was the inability to forecast fishing grounds, which may be important to fisheries, deep set buoy gear, for example, in the future. For salmon and CPS, there were no specific aliquots were recommended for removal. And then for groundfish, I note that Susan is teed up to read the gap statement or is here to help answer questions on anything groundfish related with regard to the gap statement. For this agenda item, so I will likely defer any groundfish specific questions to Susan. But generally, waters less than 400 fathoms were identified for removal due to their importance to Dover, Thornyhead, and Sablefish complex. Areas with sharp corners or panhandle-like protrusions were identified for removal given the difficulty to fish around with mobile gear and even some fixed gears. Susan, through the gap, undertook a sector and specific gear type of analysis. Detailed descriptions are provided for the bottom longline fishery, fixed gear, bottom trawl, shoreside hake, at sea hake, mothership sector, at sea hake, catcher processor sector, and the recreational bottom fishing effort. And then we also want to incorporate that fishermen's knowledge and expertise was captured in identifying specific aliquots for removal as important for Dover and petrole spawning. So our MPC report 1, these are the headers that you saw in there. I just want to provide some updates that have transpired since that was published in the briefing book. For the state of California, all of the bills that were referenced in MPC report 1 that had not yet been signed by the governor have been signed by the governor. So with regard to Oregon, we mentioned the BOEM Oregon Intergovernmental Task Force meetings, the BOEM Virtual Fisheries Focused Meeting, and the 3 BOEM in-person public meeting workshops and a listening session convened by Representative Gonberg and the Midwater Trolling Commission off the coast of off Central Oregon. And then the Oregon Ocean Policy Advisory Council is voting to move forward amendments to the Oregon Territorial Sea Plan, specifically with regard to undersea cables. Learned yesterday that this is moving through the Land Conservation and Development Commission for adoption and then state rulemaking, and I believe that's happening later this week. And then for Washington, the September 13th of WCMAC is reported on, and of particular interest, the state is looking closely at hiring a consultant to help evaluate options for a Washington-specific planning and engagement process. And just noting that the state released a request for proposals on behalf of Governor Inslee on October 27th, seeking interest in such support with the RFP closing in mid-December. With regard to the NIMS report, just to highlight that some of the California leaseholders have been providing NIMS and other agencies with their required agency communication plans for agency comments. The West Coast Oceans Alliance, we discussed and gave a heads up of the two meetings which took place in October, the Tribal Summit, which took place on the 16th and 17th of October, and then a meeting of the WACOA members, which took place on the 18th and the 19th. And then highlighted that WACOA is planning to host an offshore wind summit, which is tentatively scheduled for March 12th through the 4th and 13th of next year, with a location to be determined. We did advise John and WACOA of the March 2024 council meeting is scheduled to run through March 11th. So scheduling something to begin on the 12th might be challenging. Upcoming items of interest, you will notice that we added the first bullet point. This is the California Energy Commission workshop on Assembly Bill 525, which is their draft strategic plan for offshore wind. You'll hear more about that shortly, and that is scheduled to take place on November 17th. And then in our supplemental report two, this reports out on the in-person meeting that we held in conjunction with this council meeting. Just on an aside, the general consensus was having the ability to meet in person was very much appreciated and resulted in a productive meeting with some tangible outcomes. We hope that you all would consider scheduling another in-person MPC meeting for November of next year. So now we get into what we discussed during this our most recent in-person meeting. Lisa Pfeiffer from NIMS, the Northwest Fisheries Science Center, gave a presentation about the Pacific Fishing Effort Mapping Project. You've heard about this in prior meetings, and we were looking forward to seeing this in action. This is an effort to create an integrated fisheries spatial data system to support ecosystem management initiatives, marine planning, and economic analyses of ocean activities. NIMS and Pacific States are leading development of the tool, working in partnership with the State Departments of Fish and Wildlife and the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management. It'll have a public application based referencing what you're seeing here on the screen now. And this maintains data confidentiality. And then it'll also have an internal application that includes confidential data for authorized access only. This will support fishery management processes on the West Coast and can support planning analysis for offshore wind energy, aquaculture, and other ocean uses. It'll also be useful for data requests from offshore wind developers, as noted by one of the California offshore wind developers in attendance at our November 1st meeting. I want to note phase one is almost complete, and phase one incorporates 3 fisheries: the pink shrimp fishery, the at-sea whiting fishery, and the groundfish bottom trawl fisheries from 2016 to 2022. And then phase 2, which will come into being next year, will add other federal fisheries and some port-centric visualizations. It was noted that Oregon and Washington state fisheries data has been provided for inclusion in this effort. And once again, recreational fisheries data is not included due to the inherent limitations for spatial recreational data. So we also thought it would be helpful to sort of provide you all with a view to what it is that we expect to be coming down the line over the course of the next 14 months now. This is, as you can see here, it is at best a guess, but it is, and it is subject to change. The intent of this is to provide you and stakeholders with a possible vision of all the activities which may be coming. While some of the elements you see on screen here, particularly those related to offshore wind planning off Oregon, are based on timelines utilized in other areas of the country, others are based more on recent conversations. The CAD demo notice item was informed by State Lands Commission. The draft programmatic EIS for the aquaculture opportunity areas, that was informed by conversations with NOAA. Others are just guesses. So I just want to briefly hit on some of these. So the AB 525 draft strategic plan state of California legislation that required the Energy Commission to prepare a draft strategic plan for meeting the state's goals for offshore wind. We are expecting this draft to be released imminently. And I think this is going to be something that the council should look at closely once it's available, as it's highly likely that the areas identified as suitable sea space in that document will provide the foundation for future call areas off of California. Site assessment plans. We don't really know the amount of MPC involvement that'll take place in that. Typically, the site assessment plans are not put out for public comment, but it is something we might be able to comment on depending upon whether or not the lessees want to go that route. We expect to see a notice of intent to prepare a draft programmatic EIS from BOEM on the California leases by the end of this year. And then incidental harassment authorizations, we expect to see those start coming through for the site assessment and site characterization activities off the coast of California. And then just real quickly with regard to Oregon, we expect to see those items in roughly those timeframes. I will note that for the BOEM specific items that you see on screen here, BOEM was in attendance at our November 1st in-person meeting and did not think that the dates provided here were too outlandish. So this is just kind of to give you all an idea of what to expect to see from us. Given all that is likely to happen in a relatively short period of time, it may become important to prioritize Marine Planning Committee activities and workload. So the Marine Planning Committee also discussed concerns about long-term coast-wide cumulative impacts of offshore wind. And this sort of was feeding off the May 11th letter that you sent to BOEM, and that's linked in our MPC report too. The Marine Planning Committee, by nature of what it has been tasked to do, has been more reactionary in how it operates. Taking a step back, we considered how to be more proactive, and the development of a roadmap cumulative impacts document was agreed to be something that would be helpful. This would result in the creation of a research and data needs list of questions for offshore wind. And the intended focus is looking more broadly at all potential cumulative impacts across the West Coast. What you see on screen here is just a representative list of potential questions that could be helpful in informing a true cumulative impacts analysis. As you see, this effort would not be singularly focused on fishery-related impacts or effects, but would also incorporate ecosystem, natural resources, community, and habitat concerns as well. Through this list of questions, the MPC seeks an opportunity not only to engage not only with the advisory bodies, the public, the science community, but also with potential funding agencies. For these questions where information is available, literature would be cited and potential impacts under different scenarios would be listed and could be used to inform council discussions and reference in the council's QR letter process. For those questions where information is still needed, the council could use this list when provided comments to other agencies. For example, the list could be used as rationale when providing comments to BOEM as offshore wind comment periods arise, or when developing comments to NIMS, or their strategic science plan that is under development. The list could also be referenced by other groups like the West Coast Oceans Alliance to inform discussion at their upcoming offshore wind summit. And then lastly, this document could be used by funding sources to allocate resources to address council identified information gaps. This is envisioned to be a living document that would reside internally within the MPC. So MPC utility and function, we also discussed whether the Marine Planning Committee is fulfilling the function and purpose for which it was created. Granted, we may be biased, but we gave ourselves relatively good grades. Generally, we think that the Marine Planning Committee is acting as a good clearinghouse regarding offshore wind activities across the states. It is providing a voice for fishermen and fisheries in the offshore wind process. And it's in a forum for incorporating the perspective of the other council ABs, which serves to minimize the length and repetitiveness that may occur otherwise. And then agency members on the MPC agreed that it is a good way to support fisheries concerns that are ordinarily outside the scope of agency commenting. Having said that, we did identify a few areas for possible improvement, streamlining future commenting efforts, and looking at the example of previous detailed comments to build trust for efficient adoption of future comment letters by the council. And there was also a desire expressed at some points to have some more subject matter expertise to pursue or comment on areas of concern where research or data is lacking. Potential concerns, obviously the scope of the MPC's mission, the need to prioritize certain activities within offshore wind and aquaculture, recognizing that the overall purpose of the Marine Planning Committee is fishery specific. And then moving forward, continuing our current MO for meeting 5 to 6 weeks ahead of a council meeting, and as noted above, an in-person meeting in November and each year would be greatly appreciated. So in terms of your actions for this meeting, and I think Kerry hit on this very well when he introduced this subject, approve, modify, or do with it what you will. The draft PFMC comment letter on the Oregon draft WIAs is before you. Plan for several upcoming combat opportunities, potential QR letters, et cetera, and then additional guidance as appropriate. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. That's quite a bit. Really appreciate that. Great report. Questions for Mike on the MPC report? Krista Svensson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the report and thank you for having it in a presentation. It's nice to see some pictures and see everybody meeting in person for the first time, I think. I did have a question on slide, I don't know what number it is. It's the year at a glance slide. So my apologies if there's a number on there. There's a lot going on in Q4 of this year and the first 2 Qs of next year. And then it gets a lot lighter. Is that a function of, hey, we're just not aware of stuff, or is it just extremely heavy in terms of workload and lift coming from a variety of different agencies currently?
Yeah, through the chair. Thanks for the question, Krista. It's more the latter than the former. There are going to be things that are not on here that will come up that we just don't know are coming. But to the extent we were able to forecast what we expect, based upon what we've seen in the Gulf of Mexico and the Central Atlantic, whatnot. These are the things at a bare minimum that we expect to occur over the course of the next 14 months.
Krista?
Thank you. Follow-on question based upon what you just said. Based upon the experience from other areas, is the workload currently, I think they're further ahead in the process than we are in some cases. Are you looking at an uptick after this and we're just not aware of it? Or do you think that this really is a heavy time frame and lift in terms of what we're looking at based upon the experience of what other people have been doing?
Through the chair, yeah. Thanks again for that question. We are definitely front loaded. I think, as you see here, if and or when a proposed sale notice is published off Oregon, then I think Oregon goes dormant for a little bit. But to the degree California is on its heels with an additional set of call areas, then we could be starting the process up all over again there. And then, so, you know, I do think we're front loaded, but I don't expect the end of next year to look like the last quarter of this year and the first quarter of next year.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you, Krista. Anyone else? Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Mike, and thanks to the MPC for all this hard work. Looking at this slide here, the AB 525 draft strategic plan is going to be important. So appreciate that this has been flagged. Does the MPC consider this a high priority, and what sort of response do you think will be needed?
Through the chair, yeah, thanks for that question, Corey. Personally, I think that the AB 525 draft strategic plan is highly important. And I know that other members of the Marine Planning Committee do. It's California centric, obviously, but we know that the other states are kind of looking at what's happening in California and looking at it this way. Just by way of recollection, AB 525 requires the strategic plan requires at least five chapters. I think three of those chapters are going to be two of the chapters are of paramount importance, and I think a couple of their chapters are going to be of high importance. But in terms of the identification of suitable sea space to meet the state's long-term planning goals, another 20 gigawatts, I think folks are looking at that and paying attention to that closely. And then the chapter that's required on identifying impacts and then strategies to avoid and minimize impacts. I think that's another chapter that we're going to be looking at. And that's also in line with kind of the mission and of the Coastal Commission 7C working group, which was just its makeup was publicly announced last week. And you'll be happy to know that members of the Marine Planning Committee are put on that. So, but yeah, I think in terms of those two chapters in particular, I think it's going to be important for the MPC to look at that. And it's going to be important for us to provide the council an opportunity to approve and submit a comment letter on that draft strategic plan when it is available.
Thank you, Corey. Further questions for Mike? Not seeing any. Thank you, Mike. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, Joe. Sorry for missing you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I tried to get my hand up a little bit slow on the draw. Thanks, Mike, for the presentation. And maybe if we can go to slide 10. And this might also maybe good to invite Steve up as well. So appreciate the table and the list of questions and the identification of the different impact categories being considered here. Again, with the previous conversation when we had Steve up under the travel report, there was the question about, treaty rights. And at least within this forum, treaty rights are other applicable law that the council needs to address in its work. And, quite frankly, it's treaties are a law that the federal government, has to fulfill. And so I'm wondering if there might be a way to deal with that maybe more explicitly. So question would be for impact category, maybe something like a row that is specific to like treaty rights and what sort of impacts, tribes might expect there and what sort of questions then might be useful to ensure that those impacts or travel concerns aren't overlooked. So was there any conversation within the committee about that? And if not, could this be something that could be useful here in this context?
Through the chair, the last part of your question first, yes. The first part of your question second. Steve is a member of the Marine Planning Committee and was a significant driver behind this effort and feeding into it. To the extent that tribal concerns overlap with impact categories listed, we will be sure to capture those. To the extent that they don't, including a specific impact to tribal interests that would be distinct and separate, I don't see why that couldn't be. I don't want to speak for the entirety of the Marine Planning Committee because I'm just one voice, but I would be certainly in favor of something like that being referenced and included in it.
Thanks, Joe. Okay. Any more questions for the NPC report? I think you're good. Thank you, Mike. Next up will be the Habitat Committee report and then Dr. Corey Green. Corey, are you there?
Can you hear me?
We can. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the council. I'll be reading agenda item C3A, supplemental HC report 1, the committee report on marine planning. The Habitat Committee discussed the draft comment letter on draft Oregon wind energy areas and commends the authors for their excellent work. The HC focused its discussion on the habitat ecosystem portion of the letter and did not review the fisheries portion of the letter. The HC recommends that the Pacific Fishery Management Council send the comment letter to the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management. Thank you.
All right. Questions on the Habitat Committee report? Okay, I'm not seeing any. Thank you, Corey.
Thank you.
Yep, next up will be the HMS-AS report, and welcome back, Mike.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mike Conroy, on behalf of the Highly Migratory Species Advisory Subpanel, we reviewed and discussed the draft comment letter on the draft Oregon wind energy areas. The AS focused its review on the highly migratory species portion of that letter. The AS appreciates the letter highlighting the lack of recreational HMS fishing information included in the combined NIMS Oregon DFW combined fisheries data set informing the spatial suitability model. The AS recommends the council submit the comment letter to BOEM.
Okay, thanks, Mike. Questions on the HMS-AS report? Corey Niles.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Mike. Trying to phrase this concisely, but being part of the MPC, I have some understanding of how you in particular facilitated the comments on the aliquots from the perspective of the albacore fleet. Can you, it's probably in the reams of paper here, but can you give us a short version of how those discussions went and how you reached out to the fleet and came up with the recommendations that the MPC did and that the advisor subpanel supports?
Through the chair, thanks for that question, Corey. So in terms of looking at the albacore fishery in particular, went through and looked at the Oro Wind Map tool, overlaid the charter and commercial albacore fishing effort and landings with the draft wind energy areas off the Oregon coast. Looked at those, and I think earlier during my presentation, for the Coos Bay call area, if the ranked level of importance was greater than 60, I mean, as it was orange to orange red in the Oro Wind Map tool, we said, okay, we're going to recommend those for removal given their importance to the charter and commercial albacore fleet. For the Brookings, for draft WIA B, which is in the Brookings call area, we dropped that down to 50% for a number of reasons, given the importance of that area to both the fishing industry in Brookings and Northern California. Came up with that, sent emails around to the HMS-AS and the HMS-MT describing and outlining the process that I used to come up with these aliquots and said, hey, if you have any questions, comments, or concerns, get back to me. By and large, most of the members of the HMS-AS responded saying this looks fine. And that's how we came about it from the albacore's perspective for this.
Hey, Corey, further questions? All right, thanks, Mike. Okay, next up, the GAP report and Travis Hunter. Welcome, Travis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the council. My name is Travis Hunter, and I will be reading from Supplemental GAP Report 1 on Marine Planning Update. The Groundfish Advisory Subpanel received an update from Mr. Mike Conroy, Marine Planning Committee Co-Chair. At the outset, the GAP wishes to thank the MPC, the tribes, and all the industry groups and individuals for their leadership and the valuable time and energy they have committed to this issue. The GAP discussed the draft council comment letter on draft Oregon wind energy areas in detail and commends the authors for their excellent work. The GAP focused its discussion on the fisheries portion of the letter and offers the following comments. The GAP agrees wholeheartedly with the conclusion that, quote, there are areas integral to fishing activities within the draft WIAs that should be removed prior to issuing final WIAs, unquote, quote. Flowing from that belief, the GAP further supports the removal of the aliquots described on pages 5 and 6. Failure to remove those areas will create unacceptable impacts on commercial and recreational fishermen and communities in Oregon. Additionally, the GAP recognizes the Habitat Committee's work on habitat and thanks the committee for its work. The GAP strongly recommends that the Pacific Fishery Management Council send its comment letter to the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management and requests Oregon Governor Kotek to be CC'd on that letter. During the GAP discussion, Mr. Steve Joner, tribal representative on the GAP and MPC, provided an update on the letter the Makah Tribal Council submitted to BOEM to cease all activities on the West Coast until BOEM has addressed the many ecosystem, natural resources, fisheries, and cumulative impacts to coastal communities' concerns. He also provided an update of the letter the Makah Council submitted to NIMPS requesting technical assistance on fisheries and ecosystem information. We support the tribe in their efforts. And that concludes the GAP report.
Thank you, Travis. Questions on the GAP report? All right. Thanks, Travis. Okay, takes the public comment. I think there's at least one. Two. Wonderful. First up will be Mike Hokaniski, followed by George Formby. Welcome, Mike.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, council members. For the record, my name is Mike Okaneski with the West Coast Pelagic Conservation Group, WCP. I will be making comments on C3 Supplemental Attachment 3, Draft Pacific Council Comment Letter, Draft Letter. Regards to the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management request, BOEM, request for comments, draft wind energy areas, commercial leasing for wind power development on the Oregon Outer Continental Shelf. What we refer to is outside direct council action, but sets a context for offshore wind energy development. We commend the Marine Planning Committee's work and the council's draft letter and appreciate the thorough research and analysis to establish points of offshore wind conflict with our fisheries and to address that conflict. With that, we believe the Northwest tribes have a more stringent approach to some of the same BOEM actions the draft letter covers. In addition, WCP calls brief attention to other aspects of BOEM's work on establishment of the Oregon wind energy areas. WCP disagrees with the application of certain models BOEM brought to the table and/or data handling methodologies that BOEM or their support agencies utilized. Our last item is related to the question whether offshore wind energy model is a viable business model, both for business and the customer. You heard from Mr. Steve Joner. I'm going to be a little bit repetitious here, but it's short. From the Makah tribe, excerpt from the comment to BOEM on Oregon wind energy areas, reference BOEM 2023-0033-0716, October 31st, 2023. A complete halt to BOEM's process to establish offshore wind energy on the West Coast. The Makah tribe reiterates its demand that no further steps to be taken in BOEM's process for offshore wind energy on the West Coast. As Mr. Joner stated, there are a number of similar letters from the West Coast tribes. National Center for Coastal Ocean Science, NCOS. Suitability modeling for offshore wind energy project placement. There are a number of faults with NCOS modeling that we believe disqualify this model for consideration as a modeling tool for making decisions for siting offshore wind projects. The unadjusted end cost model runs on a score of 0 to 1 in tenths. A zero score would constrain an area from any development, or a constraint could remove a potential site from consideration. An example of our concern: NIMS scored 5 protected and/or endangered species at 0. 2 of these species were leatherback turtles and a southern resident population of killer whales. BOEM overruled NIMS and scored these at 0.10. Under the NIMS score, there would be a constraint. The way BOEM scored these same endangered species, they can be put in the model with other less endangered species and then blended to an average score that allows the turbines to be constructed in areas where they may kill extremely endangered animals. And besides that, the siting has some questions about the effects to the same endangered animals. Endangered animals are protected under stringent regulation. BOEM is totally disregarding these regulations, which in the worst case scenario could lead to an extinction of a species. For this and other reasons, end cost modeling is not the right tool in determining where these wind and energy areas should be placed. Likewise, specific important fishing grounds can be misrepresented by blending in adjacent areas that are less important to fishermen, thus overlooking productive fishing areas. The last offshore wind energy problem we cover is the growing number of projects on the East Coast where developers are breaching their power purchase agreements due to inflationary costs and undercalculated project development costs. In order to pay the higher prices, 6 state governors have sent a letter to the administration asking for higher subsidies with federal funding. New York regulators have unanimously rejected bids by offshore wind developers of 4 projects, seeking an average of 48% increase in their contract prices. And it's at a stalemate right now, and they've withdrawn, so they're no longer in service there. From ABC News, September 15th, 2023. And that covers, oh no, this is 6 Democratic governors are warning the Biden administration that offshore wind projects need more federal funding and planning assistance. That's from the Associated Press. And that covers all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Questions for Mike on his testimony? Corey Niles.
Yeah, thanks, Mike, for being here, for all the attention you've been giving this. Can you just, for emphasis, go through just your issues with the suitability scores? Can you reiterate your point there? Just, I think repetition helps, and I've heard you maybe say it that second time, and I still would help to hear it one more time.
Well, maybe I can explain it a little better. I kind of covered this pretty quickly, but on those species, there are 5 species which were endangered. NIMS scored those at 0, all zeros, each one of them, which would be a constraint in each case. BOEM overruled that and scored them at, they weren't all 0.10, but they scored them high enough that they would be still in the consideration process, and that would not delay them. And they declared this at one of the MPC meetings, that they would not delay development. And if they did have a constraint, it would delay development. And for that reason, they went forward and gave them a score that put them in with consideration that would not be a constraint. I hope that helps.
Thank you, Corey. Anyone else? Okay, thanks, Mike.
Thank you, and have a good morning.
You betcha. Okay, next up will be George Formby. Let's see if he's on the, George, are you there? George is not there. Okay. Well, okay, that will conclude public comment and take us to council action, which is before you. So I'll open the floor for discussion. Mike Harrington. Mike?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I just had a few comments to make. First, I think, the agencies all have had a voice and opportunity to provide input on a lot of these issues. The council's recently been considering through our memberships in an intergovernment task force and consistency review. And now through this group, we have a committee that can respond through quick response letters that gives industry a quick voice. And although we abstained from a position on the MPC's comment letter on Oregon's draft WIAs, I just wanted to start off by thanking everyone on the MPC and Habitat Committee that worked on this letter to bring forth a really detailed and comprehensive letter. I think you did a great job, and we realized the amount of work that went into that. Understanding that the amount of work that goes into all of that, we understand that the PFMC's role is primarily focused on Magnus and Stevenson related tasks. And with that, the council has a full plate, and the council has had ongoing discussions about how to continue to provide the voice to industry for topics on offshore wind, and which could have profound impacts on PFMC fisheries and industries, as well as habitats and ecosystems, and the scientific endeavors to understand these resources. And as we just saw in the year at a glance in the MPC supplemental report too, there's a lot more potential work coming up. And ODFW just wanted to support the council in thinking strategically for how to prioritize the MPC's time to address these issues efficiently and effectively. And then last, ODFW's long talked about the need for the council to outline the information needed to address cumulative impacts under multiple scenarios of offshore wind buildouts. And, as I was reading through the report, I was really happy. And I think just as ODFW, we're happy to see a list of questions in the report for future council review that to be used by other agencies and to address the information gaps that could inform the council recommendations. I think anything we can do to help kind of streamline our acts and create some consistency will be good in this process. Thanks.
Thank you, Mike. Anyone else? Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My comment is just on the draft letter. And it's a really well-written piece of work there. Got to commend everyone that added to that and has done good work. From my perspective, if that letter probably, will go to someone, and I don't know that they'll read all 42 or 44 pages of it. And it seems to me that if we could, there's recommendations all the way through that letter that are bolded. If we could have some type of, in the first page, I know there's an executive summary, but list the subpoints of those bolds and that somehow to get our points across and get the interest in the letter in the first couple pages, they might then go to the back and look at the rest. That's just a comment. And I know I'm not the sharpest knife in the drawer, but that was my impression when I read it. I wanted to offer those comments. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Bob. Krista Smithson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just so people know when we're ready, I do have a motion for this, but before I get to that, I do have a question for NIMFS that is related in the sense that this letter that we're talking about was precipitated by my request at the last meeting in the form of a motion. And as part of that, there was a third bullet point, which was an update from NIMFS regarding quantifying the potential impacts and uncertainty in scientific surveys that could result from offshore wind developments in draft WIAs off of Oregon and offshore wind leases in California. So just hoping we might get a little bit of an update on that topic, simply because it will possibly influence my guidance and comments in terms of the motion that I put forward.
Thanks, Krista. Thanks, Krista. Oh, Ryan Wolf.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Krista, for the question. Unfortunately, I don't have a detailed update, but the centers are aware of this request. They have been looking into it, of course, trying to figure out how best to respond with other competing workload. But it is an important issue and as things touch on surveys, but I don't have an update further than that at this point, unfortunately.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. Anyone else? Okay.
Okay. Okay. Well, then perhaps the motion will stimulate a little more discussion. I did send it to the new email address. Hopefully you've got it. And here we go. I move the council adopt the C3 Supplemental Attachment 3, November 2023 draft letter as written and send it to BOEM and the governor of Oregon as quickly as practicable.
Okay. Krista, is the language accurate? That's great.
It is.
Okay, look for a second. Second by Corey Writings. Thank you, Corey. Please speak to your motion as appropriate.
Thank you. I think the MPC and the HC drafted a letter as the council directed through the QR process from our last meeting. We were fortunate that BOEM listened to Oregon stakeholders and extended the response date until October 31st of this year. And we've taken the opportunity to gather further stakeholder comments to our process. I intentionally left it as it was drafted, and I do appreciate the comments of, hey, an executive summary and pulling out a few more points could be beneficial. But as I commented in our delegation meeting, the 31st has come and gone, and I am concerned that if this isn't post haste, that we will potentially miss our opportunity. And so I think it is appropriate to move the letter forward since we've all had a chance on a number of occasions through the QR process, although we didn't use it to look at the letter. I do think it is appropriate to move it forward. I did pick up the piece about sending to the governor of Oregon from the comments this morning from one of our advisory panels. And I do think that it is appropriate. I am grateful for the interest from the governor's office on this topic. And while I recognize it would almost certainly go to their desks, I think that it is also important for them to be recognized for the work that they are doing and have that captured in this motion. And I'm looking forward to hopefully moving this forward this morning and have a little bit of guidance following this in terms of items that are unrelated to the letter, but that were picked up in some of our planning reports.
Thank you, Krista. Questions for the motion maker? Discussion on the motion? Okay, we spoke to it quite well, I'd say. Okay, I'm not seeing any hands, so we're going to call for the question. So all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Abstentions? Oh. Abstention from Oregon. Okay, duly noted. And okay, motion passes with one abstention. So thank you very much. Thank you, Krista. Carrie, I'll turn to you. See how we're doing. Krista?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a couple more pieces of additional guidance. So before we close the item out, I just want to get this out there. So firstly, thank you, NIMS, for the update you provided us. But I would like to put another pin in that it is important that when this comes up again, we have an update. And the update may be, hey, we're still working on an update, but I just don't want it to fall off the discussion. Based upon the year at a glance slide and the conversation around that, I think that council members and our teams need to be vigilant about the likelihood of a number of QR letters that may come between now and the March meeting. That certainly was a lot of things on the calendar. And well, the QR process is meant to be quick. Sometimes it can take longer than anticipated based upon feedback. So just wanting to remind everybody that, hey, there's a lot of work out there. And then I also want to provide support for the MPC's proposal to draft a list of questions as outlined in the supplemental MPC report too for future council review, and for it to be used potentially by other agencies to address information gaps that could inform council recommendations. So we've had a lot of discussion around addressing cumulative impacts. And I think that this would be the first step in kind of solidifying that process within our own working process.
Thank you, Krista. Okay. Ryan, did you?
Yeah, thank you. Chair. Just before you wrap up as well, nothing in response to Krista. I think that those were all good. I just wanted to also note under this agenda item that I appreciated the tribal report and hearing again from Mr. Joner, and just acknowledge that NIMS does take that seriously. We have been in discussions on follow-up from that, and we'll continue to do so here over the coming period. Also, there was in the Marine Planning Committee, there was a request for Lisa Five, for our lead on the PACFM project, to present, to give a similar presentation to the SSC. Of course, NIPS is available to do so. I recognize the SSC has a big workload already, so perhaps I can offer to work with council staff or come back to this in workload planning to see if that's interested, or if there's an appropriate time in the future to do that.
Thank you, Ryan. Okay. Any other guidance? Okay. Carrie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Your task today was to consider the report and provide guidance. You passed a motion to send the letter, so I'll work with the director and our admin staff to send that off to BOEM and to Oregon Governor Kotek as expeditiously as possible. And I appreciate the other guidance that was offered by the other council members. So I think that concludes your business for this agenda item.
Okay. Thank you, Carrie. All right. Well, we've done well here on this agenda item. We're a little ahead, but so we're taking a 15-minute break before we start E4. So back at 9:35. Okay, welcome back, everyone. I'm going to hand the gavel off to Vice Chair Hassemer for this agenda item.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. This is item E4, Sablefish gear switching part 2. We initiated our work on this yesterday, and I'm going to ask either our staff officers there, Dr. Seeger or Jesse Dorpinghouse. I don't know if you draw straws or flip coins. One of you just refresh us on what we went through yesterday, what the tasks are before us today, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. So we start off on Saturday afternoon. You've had your presentation. You've heard from your advisory bodies. You had your public comment. We're ready here now to take action on this agenda item. And Sandra, could you pull up the list of actions? And your actions here, as listed in the situation summary, are to select a preliminary preferred alternative. As part of that, you'll be wanting to specify the preferred options as well. For that preliminary preferred alternative, if there are outstanding questions that need to be addressed as identified in attachment 2, you need to do that. And then whatever other guidance you might like to provide for this agenda item. And then, yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you, Dr. Seeger. So with that, you've had plenty of time to sleep on this, to think about it. And I'm going to look around the table here. And again, I look very thoroughly and carefully for any hands to initiate discussion. So Phil Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Chair or Mr. Vice Chair. At the appropriate time, I do have a motion that I'd like to put forward. Prior to doing that, I want to, I'm hesitant to use the word apologize, but I know bringing ideas into the fold on matters like this well, I guess I can barely say at the last minute, are difficult to deal with. And for the most part, try to avoid doing that. But if there is a new idea that comes along that has the potential of getting us to a better place, I think not bringing it forward is worse than bringing it forward in an untimely way. I received a bit of criticism for bringing the item forward yesterday because of timing, notwithstanding substance, but and I thought about that and thought, well, you know, we've been working on this issue for a long time, and it's apparent to me that there are significant differences of opinion around the table as to what the appropriate action is or should be. And that if I had to stand pat on the two choices that were in the IPPA that came out of our deliberations in June, then there wasn't much use to do any additional thinking. And if any new ideas that might get us to a better place were out of bounds because of timing, and we were left with just the two that we had, I guess I didn't feel very good about that. So again, and for those that I offended or are concerned about the the timing. I apologize for that. That said, I really do appreciate all the members of the public who have participated in this process throughout the last whatever number of years you've been in it. And I appreciate, again, all my colleagues around the table for persevering through thick and thin, trying to get to a resolution on this issue. And I'm hoping that when we're done with this morning's discussion, we will have made some additional progress to getting there. I thought the music that Craig chose during the break, Stuck in the Middle with You, is pretty appropriate, because I do feel like I'm stuck in the middle here with all of you. I don't want to preclude other initial comments that others may have around the table, so I'll conclude there, and when you're ready for a motion, I would be ready to offer one. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. So there is the offer of a motion there. We will bring that up at the appropriate time. Discussion is part of our procedures regarding a motion that has been moved and seconded. So there will be discussion there, but I want to look around and make sure we've covered any other pertinent discussion, clarification you might have regarding that, any general comments. So I will look to entertain any hand here regarding that. Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Hopefully this is the okay time to do this. Just wanted to take a moment to thank everybody who has reached out to ODFW staff. I know in the process, as over the timeline that we've been working on this, there have been 3 of us in this seat, and a lot of you have taken the time to reach out to Maggie and then Jessica and myself. And I know it's been triple the work for you all, but I really do appreciate you reaching out to me again. I've talked to a large number of people over the last few months, the last couple of months, and it's much appreciated, people providing that feedback so I could learn more about what it means to our fisheries, our communities. So I just wanted to say thank you and understand that it could be a little frustrating that we've had multiple people in the seat. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. Any other comments? Items for discussion? I'm not seeing any hands, so Phil, I believe we are ready for your motion.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Thanks, Sandra, for getting it up on the screen. I move that the council identify action alternative 2 as its preliminary preferred alternative as identified in agenda item E4 with the following modifications and clarifications. The provisions of alternative 2 will only be used if the Sablefish North ACL is below 6,000 to 8,000 metric tons, The trawl quota pounds will be distributed consistent with provisions of alternative 2 until the Sablefish North ACL is equal to or greater than, and that should be 6,000 to 8,000. Could you? And I'll explain that when I get to my graph. In parens, you'll see the potential of adding a 29% 3-year rolling average provision, and I'll speak to that. That's not part of the preferred, preliminary preferred, but I wanted to identify that so that we could have some conversations around that going forward. A description of alternative 2. First, the gear switching control, trawl only in any gear or unrestricted quota pounds. Northern Sablefish quota pounds will be issued as trawl-only quota pounds and any gear quota pounds unrestricted. Procedure for determining the amount of and distribution of any gear quota pounds. Upon implementation, NIMS will identify legacy participants, their eligible quota share, and the standard ratio, which will apply to quota pounds issued for all other quota share based on the qualification criteria listed in the following section. Legacy participants will receive any gear quota pounds for their eligible quota share. Eligible quota share is any quota share owned by a legacy participant that does not exceed what the participant owned on the control date or the implementation date of this action, whichever is less. In paren. For quota share owned by non-legacy participants and a legacy participant quota share that is not eligible, quota pound distribution option 1, constant proportion of any gear quota pound, paren, i.e. consistent standard ratio in paren. At implementation, a standard any gear and trawl only quota pound ratio will be determined such that the total amount of any gear quota pound will equal 29%, including that issued to legacy participants. As legacy participants divest of their eligible quota share, the any gear trawl only quota pound ratio for non-eligible quota share will not change, such that the total amount of any gear quota pounds declines to less than 29%. Legacy participants. Legacy participants are individuals that meet qualifying criteria provided below. The designation as a legacy participant stays with the individual and is not transferable. As legacy participants divest themselves of quota share, the total legacy participant holding of eligible quota share will decline. To qualify as a legacy participant, as of and since the control date, an individual must have some ownership interest in a permit or permits that landed Northern Sablefish quota pounds with non-trawl gear totaling at least 30,000 pounds per year in the last 3 years between January 1, 2000 per year in at least 3 years between January 1, 2011 and September 15th, 2017, paren the control date, in paren, and had some ownership in Northern Sablefish quota shares, any amount. Transferability and accumulation limits. As under status quo, all quota share and quota pound would remain fully transferable on the existing quota share control limit of 3%. An annual vessel quota pound use limit of 4.5% will continue to be applied for Northern Sablefish quota as a whole without distinction by gear type. After implementation, if a legacy status holder divests quota share below the amount held when they qualified, any new quota share acquisition will be treated as non-legacy quota share. If a legacy participant divests of all quota share, their legacy status would expire. And Mr. Vice Chairman, that completes my motion.
Thank you, Phil. I followed along. It appears the language on the screen is complete and accurate. Is that correct? And as you intended to read?
Yes, Mr. Vice Chair, that's correct.
Thank you. Is there a second? Seconded by Bob Dooley. Please speak to your motion as needed.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. And I think it probably is needed. First of all, think of this as alt 2 with a trigger. It's really that simple. So we can have, when we get into the discussion point, we can obviously talk about all of it, but when thinking about this, really it is just alt 2 with introducing a trigger, such that at the higher, when we get into very high or high levels of sablefish, ACLs, the provisions of alt 2 don't apply. So I begin with the premise that for the trawl fishers to access a variety of shelf and slope species, trawl sablefish quota pounds must be available to them, either through ownership or lease. Second, at some point, particularly at lower sablefish ACLs, acquisition of trawl quota share quota pounds of sablefish by fixed gear participants will constrain the trawl fishery from harvesting coexisting species. Now, we can argue about what that level is, whether it's 29% or 50% or 80%, but at some point, I believe that occurs. And I think we've had some evidence of that happening. I'm mindful that the high lease and quota share sale prices of trawl sablefish brought about by the development of the gear switching fishery following the creation of the catch share program was the #1 concern identified at the Santa Rosa industry meetings during the first 5-year review. In reviewing the sablefish trawl attainment north of 46 degrees, that can't be right. Attainment must be north of 36 degrees. Sablefish for the period between 2014 and 2019, it averaged 97.5%. During that same period, trawl sablefish taken with fixed gear was at 33.25%. I believe these data are indicators that support the notion that gear switching was having a negative impact on the success of the trawl fishery. I'm mindful that trawl fishers have used gear switching participants to their advantage, primarily resulting from the ability to lease unneeded sablefish quota pounds to gear switch participants, thereby increasing their income. It's important for our action to recognize and respond to the fact that sablefish ACLs are increasing to near historic highs, and that the potential for gear switching to adversely impact the trawl fishery is greatly reduced, if not eliminated, at those high levels. The motion adds an important element to alternative 2. It utilizes a trigger in recognition of my last point. Constraining gear switching at high sablefish ACLs isn't needed by providing maximum access to the trawl sablefish allocation, and will promote OY within the trawl sector. My last point under these general comments is the belief that by establishing a trigger whereby limitations would be placed on gear switch operations when northern sablefish ACLs are at medium or low levels will serve as a deterrent to gear switching participants from acquiring speculative sablefish quota share. I want to just speak to the Groundfish FMP goals and objectives for a moment. I think it's recognized that it's important to consider these goals and objectives. So just reminding ourselves of what those are. Goal 1 is conservation, prevent overfishing and rebuild overfished stocks by managing for appropriate harvest levels and prevent, to the extent practicable, any net loss of habitat of living marine resources. Goal 2 has to do with economics. maximize the value of the groundfish resource as a whole. And then goal 3 is utilization. Within the constraints of overfished species rebuilding requirements, achieve the maximum biological yield of the overall groundfish fishery, promote year-round availability of quality seafood to the consumer, and promote recreational fishing opportunities. There's also a series of objectives in the FMP. I'm not going to go through those individually, but I will speak to several specific ones. Objective 6 is all about net economic benefits. Talks about within the constraints of the conservation goals and objectives of the FMP, attempt to achieve the greatest possible net economic benefit to the nation. It's my belief that by maintaining an adequate proportion of the trawl sablefish poundage for use by the trawl fishery is critical to allow access to co-occurring species, examples of Dover, thorny heads, to be caught and provided to the marketplace, thereby benefiting the economic health of the fishery. In addition, this approach retains the advantages of providing flexibility to trawl fishers to lease their fish to gear switching participants and maintains the opportunity to those who want to solely focus on gear switching to continue their operations. There is an objective that speaks to full utilization. And it reads, develop management measures and policies that foster and encourage full utilization, harvesting and processing in accordance with conservation goals of the Pacific Coast groundfish resources by domestic fisheries. Again, while full utilization may be out of reach when considering the challenges in the fishery and the marketplace, but left uncontrolled, the proportion of the sablefish quota share controlled by fixed gear participants, particularly in low and medium northern sablefish ACL levels, can constrain the trawl fishery from utilizing the harvest of co-occurring species in a significant way. Placing a limit when the sablefish ACLs are in this low to medium range will better position the trawl fishery to more fully utilize predominantly trawl species. Objective 12 speaks to fairness and equity when conservation actions are necessary to protect stock or stock assemblage, attempt to develop management measures that will affect users equitably. Under this alternative, when sablefish are in need of conservation because they're at relatively low levels, a limit on gear switching would go into place at a level consistent with their history, thereby fairly distributing the conservation burden. Lastly, under the FMP objectives is objective 16, the communities. Consider the importance of groundfish resources to communities, provide for sustained participation of fishing communities, and minimize adverse economic impacts on fishing communities to the extent practicable. I believe all of our fishery sectors are important to our coastal and fishing dependent communities. The motion is designed to create and bring a more stable planning horizon relative to the allocation of trawl sablefish poundage between gear switching participants and trawl participants. As we have heard, a stable planning horizon may incentivize additional investment in automated flatfish processing and the development of new markets. These attributes are good for the communities and help sustain them over the long term. Turning now to the national standards. Again, not going to speak to them all. We may need to when we get to March and selecting a final preferred alternative. But for now, I'm going to look at National 1. That conservation and management measures shall prevent overfishing while achieving on a continuing basis the optimum yield from each fishery for the United States fishing industry. It goes on to talk about in determining the greatest benefit to the nation among the values that should be weighed and receive serious attention when considering the economic, social, and ecological factors used in reducing MSY or its proxy to obtain OY include benefits of food production derived from providing seafood to consumers, maintaining an economically viable fishery, together with its attendant contributions to the national, regional, and local economies, and utilizing the capacity of the nation's fisheries resources to meet nutritional needs. I think this approach would support each of those values. The multi-species nature of the trawl fishery has historically provided a variety of seafood products to the nation's consumers. This action seeks to stabilize the trawl fishery, including the gear switching participants that are part of it. The fixed gear and trawl fisheries support regional and local economies and contribute in a meaningful way to meeting the nutritional needs of the nation. This motion seeks to maximize those benefits. In addition, by placing a limit on the amount of gear switching allowed at medium to low ACLs, it preserves a meaningful proportion for trawl for use in multi-species harvest strategies that are a hallmark of the trawl fishery, thereby promoting optimum yield. My last piece has to do with National Standard 4. National 4 states in part that conservation management measures shall not discriminate between residents of different states. It becomes necessary to allocate or assign fishing privileges among United States fishermen. Such allocation shall be fair and equitable to all such fishermen, reasonably calculated to promote conservation and carried out in a manner that no particular individual, corporation, or other entity acquires an excessive share of such privileges. The motion recognizes the importance of sablefish to the trawl fishery and retains the ability of the gear switching component of the fishery, so that together they can continue to contribute to the fishery as a whole. The fishery dependent communities and the families they support. The motion places an upper limit on gear switching in circumstances when the northern sablefish ACL is below the trigger point. It is designed in a manner that does not cause harm to existing participants with a meaningful history as gear switching participants, and preserving at a minimum the balance of the trawl sablefish allocation for use in the trawl fishery. It is my conclusion that this is a fair and equitable way of addressing this issue. Looking ahead, given the current foreseeable future of higher sablefish ACLs, there will be little or no harm to the current participants in either the trawl or gear switching fisheries resulting from the action. In years when the limitations are in place, it may mean acquiring quota pounds from different quota pound holders, but there will remain leasing opportunity. What it will create is a stable allocation of trawl sablefish for both gear switch participants and trawl participants. The action will also help prepare and provide a greater degree of stability for the trawl fishery when the time comes that lower sablefish ACLs and higher prices return. Regarding the selection point of the trigger, I put a range in here, and that for your consideration. And I know that this is one particular component of the motion that and the trigger point, the addition of the trigger point that the public hasn't had an opportunity to comment on. Some of them commented to me, as I'm sure they have to you, about their thoughts about that. But so I put a range in there trying to cover the kind of the range. And I'm not saying I cover the entire range from what I've heard from folks, but I think the 6,000 to 8,000 range is the range that is a reasonable range to think about and get some additional thoughts on that before we pick an FPA. If we go down this road, if this motion, all the caveats that go with it. Yesterday, I showed what the ACLs have been over the last, since I think 2014, I had on that graphic. And we, when we look ahead, so in 2023, we're at 88,486. 2024 is 7,730. And then 25 is 28,000 and some change. So in looking at the 6 to 8 and looking at the potential of toggling back and forth, I thought it was important for us to have time to hear from our advisors, our public, about the range and what their thoughts are, and to consider, which you all may not have had an opportunity to look at these numbers maybe as closely as I have, for all of you to think about those so that we can make an informed decision about that when the time comes, if we choose to go down that road. Similarly, the piece that's in parens at the top, having to do with the 3-year rolling average, is also meant to provide some protection against having a yo-yo effect. And while I'm not putting that in the, I wouldn't put that in the PPA, and I'm not frankly sure how to do this procedurally, but I'd like it for it to be an additional element along with the range of the ACL triggers to be in our thinking if we were going to go down this road, create a trigger, and set this kind of a regime up for the future. Lastly, I think I addressed not all, but almost all of the other considerations that were in the discussion points in our analytical document that Dr. Seeger and Jesse Gilvergreenhouse produced. But the one outstanding piece that I didn't address in this motion, because I don't think we're ready to have something in the PPA, is having to do with divestitures of legacy quota shares that come about as a result of a death or the sale when it's involving or maybe involving a trust. I think we need some legal advice on how to deal with those. And so and I'm certainly not the one basically to do that. So I left that piece out so that we could have some further work done on that, and that it could be brought in at the time we select an FPA, if in fact we get to that point. So, Mr. Vice Chairman, that's my effort to provide you the rationale for the motion and the thought that went into it.
Thank you, Phil. Are there any questions to Mr. Anderson on his motion for clarification first? Sharon Kiefer.
And I just ask, I might be reiterating, but just so I'm clear. So you've put a range in more from the aspect of public and feedback, but your intent relative to a final PPA would be a single trigger?
Yeah, in the final FPA, when we get to the setting the FPA, we would select a one number. There wouldn't be a range.
And then once again, for some feedback, the potential of adding a 29% 3-year rolling average provision. What is that relating to? Is that relating to some aspect of the trigger, or is that relating to some aspect of, I'm a little confused about what that references.
You recall that yesterday I had in there, there were kind of two elements that had to be met in order to trigger the implementation of the elements of alternative 2. One was you were below the metric ton trigger or amount, and the other was that you had 2 consecutive years where the gear switching percentage of the trawl quota pounds was above 29%. And people that are smarter than me had a chance to think about that some more overnight. And they advised me, including my friend here to the left, that this might be a piece that we might want, a tool that we might want to add after we've had a chance to look at it, think about it, and get some public feedback on it. So we may want to go, so it's trying to preserve that potential in the event. And I know having simply an ACL number, a single trigger is probably, my guess is preferred by maybe people, especially nymphs, I'm not sure. But just didn't want to completely pull that off the table.
Thank you. That helps to clarify.
Thank you. Further questions for clarification? Maggie Summer.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hassemer. Thank you for the motion, Mr. Anderson. I have a question of clarification. Could we scroll down just a little bit? A little bit more. Perfect, right there. Thank you. For quota share owned by non-legacy participants and a legacy participant quota share that is not eligible, it says quota pound distribution option 1 at the top, but then the description goes on to align with what has been in our analytical documents as option 2, describing a decline in the sector-wide any gear quota pounds to less than 29%. So I'd just like to confirm, or I guess to ask, which is your intent here? What's described in the text? In which case I would think that a motion just to correct that number would make it clear. I could.
Thank you, Ms. Summers, for pointing out my error. It should be option 2. The description is what the intent is. And at one time, amongst my many variations of this motion, I had option 1 in there, and I subsequently changed my mind after talking with some folks. And so that's why that occurred, but that should be a 2. Can we consider that a technical correction or?
Maggie.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. This is the object of much public scrutiny. I would be happy to offer an amendment to correct that and change the numeral 1 to a 2 to ensure that it reflects the maker's original intent.
Thank you. Wait till the language gets on there. There was a motion to amend, changing the number 1 there to the number 2. And it appears correct on the screen. I will ask Maggie to. And she is indicating yes. Is there a second to the motion? Seconded by Chair Pettinger. Speak to your motion as you deem necessary.
Unnecessary. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions or discussion regarding that? Technical change. I'm not seeing any hands. I will call the question. All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, no. Abstentions. Motion to amend passes unanimously. We are back to the main motion as amended. Still, I will pause to look for any other questions for clarification. Dr. Seeger.
Thank you. Just on the very top paragraph, a little bit higher up there, that second one there. Just wanted to note that how I would anticipate this would look, assuming that this motion passes in its current form, that the 68,000 range and the 29% 3-year rolling average parts of this, what I would expect to bring back to you, it would be the alternative with those in as options, but not specified as the PPA selected options, just options that are available for the council to consider in March.
Phil.
Dr. Seeger, that sounds like a good plan.
All right. Thank you. Corey Ridings.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Phil, for putting all of this forward. There's a lot here, and I have to confess the hamsters in my brain are running at full speed right now trying to digest this. This gets a little bit to what Jim was just talking about. I appreciate your comments earlier about ranges and the need for more analysis that we might get if this were to move forward. Looking at the 6,000 to 8,000 metric ton range, can you provide a little bit more about why you chose that range? I heard from some folks considering what you put on the screen yesterday that lower numbers might be preferable. So I'd just like to hear a little bit more specifically what that you're thinking. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Ridings, for the question. The selection of the range, let me just speak first to the 6,000. When you look back at the ACLs in the 2013 through 2020 timeframe, we have a low of 54, 51 in 2013, bumped up to 5909 and 14, moved into the 7,000s in 2016, and came in at about 7896 in 2020. Pardon me? I think you're looking at the I'm sorry. Got to start. I'm sorry. Thank you. Boy, was that. I need you right here. Let me start over. Okay. Can I start over? Thank you. I have ACLs and ACL North, and I was reading off the full one. So it's the ACL North numbers that are applicable here. So 2013, we're at 4,000. We're at 4,314, 5,216, 5,418, and 5,720 in 2020. So during those years, when you look at the trawl attainment, they're in the 100% and 15, 95, 105, 91, 99% through 2019. When you're over on the gear switching side, it's 33, 34, 36, 32, 35. So, and in those years is when when I heard from the trawl participants the loudest that prices were high. They were up, like in 2015, average trawl price was like $2.75. And then it dropped all the way down to $1.05 in 2021. But when they had those higher prices and the higher prices on the gear, on the fixed gear side, the quota shares and quota pounds were really expensive to purchase. And so we had this situation where we had these ACLs in the 5, 6, 7,000, or excuse me, in the 4 to 5 to 6,000 ton range, and there was fair evidence, and I will grant you that it's at least in somewhat anecdotal coming from industry participants, that it was really tough for the trawl folks to get quota pounds at a price that made sense for them to then go out and participate in a multi-species strategy fishery that is the hallmark of their fishery. So looking at that range of 4 to 5,700 during that time frame, that's where the 6,000 came from. So if we assume for the moment, or for the sake of this argument, my argument is that when we're at 6,000 or below, that's when it really begins to manifest itself about trawl participants having a difficult time acquiring either quota pounds through leasing or purchasing quota share so that they can access their underutilized species. I think the 8,000 number is, well, if the idea here is to not just barely get to the point, I mean, if we're still having problems in the 5,000 to 6,000 ACL category, then if we're going to get to a point where we kind of get some relief for that scenario, we need to go up to a number higher than that. So 8,000 is where that number, well, and there may be others around the table who have a different perspective in terms of the basis for that number. But in talking with folks a little bit that I had a chance to talk with and looking over the range of numbers, that's where I thought it would be best to have an 8,000 number. I also heard from people that thought 6 was too high, and I've heard from people that think 8 is too low. But in looking at those numbers and the behavior of the fishery and what we heard from the participants, that's what led me to select that range. The last thing I would say is Molsa was also guilty of just kind of looking ahead. Not that we're going to get this, even if we pass this, by the time we get this implemented, we're going to be in ACL land that's way above these triggers. But, knowing that history tends to repeat itself, we're at 7730 in 2024. So if we implemented this, which of course we can, I was also trying to look for a number that didn't put us in a situation where we are going to be going back and forth all the time, which is another reason that the 3-year rolling average as maybe an additional provision for kicking in alternative 2 is being put out there to think about, so that we don't get into turning it on and off. But in general, when you think about it, when we get a Sablefish assessment, we have knowledge of 4 to 5 years out what those ACLs are going to be, and the council would, especially if we haven't talked about, I'm not knowledgeable enough to speak to the implementation process, but if we put the 6, whatever the trigger number is, if we put it in regulation, we got a new assessment and we saw that our number was, it could be, triggered on and off through a 4 or 5 year period where we're using the new assessment, the council could make an adjustment to that number. So to keep that from happening. But that's a conversation for another day after we get people smarter than me to talk about how that might work. But my thought was to put this in, at least I was hoping that it could be done in a manner where through the appropriate process, if it needed to be modified a little bit in order to make sense, that could be done. Sorry for the long-winded answer.
Thank you. Is that good, Corey? Chair Pettinger, did you have your hand up?
I did. I just want to make sure that I got this right. We discussed it last night, Phil. So above the trigger amount, there will be it'll be all gear quota above the trigger amount. I'm envisioning this as the 6 up to the trigger amount. Alternative 2 kicks in and it's divvied up as we've discussed alternative 2 would. And then any amount above that tonnage would be any gear. Nope. Okay.
Oh, well, Chair Pettinger, if I understood your characterization correctly, I would say no. It's simply a trigger. None of the elements of alternative 2 apply if you're above the trigger point, right? I mean, if let's say it's 7,000, just for sake of example, if you're above 7,000 metric tons, none of these pieces for alternative 2 apply. Because the rationale is that at those higher levels, there is no need to restrict gear switching. That's the rationale. And it's informed by what we've seen in our past practice. But once you hit that trigger, all of the elements of alternative 2 apply. But in order to be prepared for that eventuality, upon implementation, which is also says, right, the procedure there, NIMS will identify those legacy participants and set that piece of the system up. So when it gets triggered, and it will, I mean, over time, you can bet we're going to fall below whichever number we pick. The legacy piece of this motion, and those people will have been identified, and so that they can be fairly treated upon implementation.
Thank you. Further questions for clarification? Lynn Mattis.
Yeah. Thank you, Vice Chair. And maybe I'm being the Department of Redundancy department with what we've just been talking about. The 6,000 to 8,000 pound is intended to be a range. Was there any consideration for larger or smaller? It seems like there was, because what little bit I've been around this morning, I've heard maybe we should go down to 5,000 and up to 10,000 pounds. I don't know if this would be the time to have that discussion for a range, and then we could come back in March with some additional information on what those might mean. Are we firmly set on 6,000 to 8,000 pounds, or could a different range be looked at?
Well, that is the range I suggested. It is obviously up to the council to decide what that range is. If you are favorably inclined to move forward with this and you want a different range, then that's what amendments are for. But this was my best effort to represent a reasonable range. I would caution against having a range that's too wide. But and as I've said, my range was informed by our past history and when we were at ACL levels that I felt the elements of all two would be needed.
Thank you. I appreciate the additional dialogue.
Thank you. And Corey and Krista was raising her hand also. I'm not sure who was first, but on this thread, Corey, go ahead. Corey Niles.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this might go into a bit of discussion, but I just want to, and I'm going to have more discussion, but I just wanted to, on that level, the range of level, I think that 29% piece, and these ideas arose out of some discussions we had in the Washington discussion, that 29% piece go hand in hand to me, because the disputes we've had, the polarization we've had is in large part on whether there's a need for the council to intervene at all and what the benefit of doing so would be. So to leave it just as an ACL amount, you're having a debate about what level of ACT that controversy goes away. The 29% is another piece, another part of the trigger where, okay, if the ACL is below that amount and you're going over the 29%, that is more evidence that the action would be warranted over status quo. So I just wanted to make that quick point that I think Ms. Anderson did a really good job of explaining the thinking, but the level of ACL is still pretty controversial in my mind. If you add something else to it, that becomes less. So I will explain that more before, but I just want to get that out there in terms of my a small point on, I think, is connected to the question of what the range should be.
All right, thank you. I'm a little bit black and white on things. The initial question was clarifying from Ms. Ridings why that range was selected. That was covered. I think we got a little bit into discussion about different things, and I know we can come back to that. I want to make sure we have clarified all the aspects of this here. And Krista, I'm going to go to you next, and then Maggie Summer.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I am prepared to make an amendment, and I was waiting for discussion, but it was really based upon what my colleague said around range and is intimately tied to what my colleague from Washington just said in terms of the rolling average. So I will pause there because this is still taking questions, but that is where I was headed.
All right, let's make sure everybody's clear on why the language on the screen is there before us. Maggie Summer.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I had gotten lost also and was also prepared to offer an amendment to the range. Thanks. I'm out of order here.
Marcia Yaremko.
Thank you, Mr. Chair or Vice Chair. I apologize. And I am struggling to know whether my question is a clarifying question or a question for the maker of the motion. So if I'm misplaced, please don't hesitate to tell me. My question is about the use of the ACL trigger concept. And my question is about the use of ACL, acknowledging that the council sets the ACL based on conservation concerns, but also socioeconomic concerns. And so I'm wondering if you can explain why it should be the ACL that is the trigger rather than the OFL or the ABC.
Well, I believe that it should be the ACL because that is what determines how many fish are allowed to be taken in each sector. And an OFL is almost meaningless as far as, I mean, it's got meaning, but it's meaningless in this context because, as you stated, the council can set an ACL at a level that takes a variety of things into consideration, which they do, which determines the amount of removals that they believe are appropriate. And it is the amount of removals that is important to the fishery, not the amount of fish that are above an ACL that they don't have any opportunity to access.
Thank you. Marcy, follow up.
Yes, follow up. Thank you. Appreciate the answer. I guess maybe to probe a little deeper, do you see any conflict here with using the ACL as a trigger, recognizing the council's role in setting that ACL? So essentially the council has ability using its policy decision-making to set the ACL, accounting for a number of needs and things, which would therefore influence whether or not this trigger would be attained. So I'm just hoping to understand how we're making a policy decision here to use a trigger, but yet we have an ability to influence whether we hit the trigger or not. Thanks.
Well, you're of course right, Ms. Urumko, that it is the council's decision to decide what ACLs are. It's also the council's decision to decide what the trigger is, which at some appropriate time we can have the discussion about and whether it's at this meeting or the next one, about the ability of or the potential of the council being able to change that trigger based on new information. But I'm confident in the council and its deliberations in terms of the considerations it makes in determining the ACL, whether or not its relationship to the trigger is considered is a question for the people that are going to be sitting around the table at the time that decision has to be made. But that's why it's a policy call. That's why the trigger's a policy call.
Maggie Summer, follow up to that.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Maybe a different version of the question Ms. Urumko asked, why the ACL and not the trawl sector allocation? Since we were just talking about the trawl sector.
Well, I acknowledge there are different ways you could, values you could use to determine the trigger, but the fact of the matter is the trawl allocation is a percent of the ACL. You know, after the different, I can't remember exactly where the set-asides come off and all the ramifications of the math, but there is a direct relationship between the trawl allocation to the ACL. And I'm not sure that it would make a difference in this case. I think looking at the ACLs is a reasonable thing to do. It identifies the amount of fish the council believes is available for harvest. We've already made the decision about allocating between fixed gear and trawl and the other allocations, decisions and policies that we have in place relative to Sablefish for the other gear types and sectors. So I'm not saying that you couldn't use the trawl allocation. You could. We'd have to go dig out, we can go out and dig out that information so we have that same range of years to look at and what might be an appropriate trigger level. But again, that's if that is a different direction and a different method by which the council wants to determine the trigger, obviously that's an option. But I don't see an advantage to it.
All right. Thank you, Phil. I've got two hands up there. Our questioning and answering seems to be centered around the particular concept or piece of this. I want to move us out of clarification. I think maybe this will benefit from broader discussion and potential amendment. I want to make sure everyone is aware at this point, before we go down the road, we operate by Robert's Rules of Orders. My understanding is Robert's Rules of Orders limits us to 2 amendments on a motion. We've used one up, but as I view that, and I'm going to ask for the parliamentarians' approval on this, that was simply a technical correction of a typographical error in the motion. It was not a substantive amendment, so I would take the prerogative to ignore that. I want to confirm that that's okay.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I believe you're talking about an amendment that's already been dispensed with. So you can have 10 amendments. They just only 2 at one time. So you're okay.
Okay. All right. My misinterpretation of that, but so we can have lots of amendments here. So, so Corey, you had your hand up, but I want to note that Maggie Summer may have had a follow-up to the response Phil had given to her question. So I want to make sure you're good on the response.
I am good, Chair. Thank you very much. I appreciate the clarification, Mr. Anderson, and I can certainly see that there might be some benefits to using the ACL, but we can talk about that in discussion, and they're not important.
Thank you. Corey Niles.
With all that, I could phrase it as a question to Phil as clarification, but what I hear Phil saying is the intention is that the relationship between the OFL, the North ACL, and the trawl allocation would be the same now or in the future as it is now, and that could be part of the exploration of where those relationships depart. But they're all the same thing. I'm agreeing with Phil of there are ways of doing it, but I think the intent I would be asking Phil is to frame these triggers in the way that the allocation scheme has worked now. I think that's the simple way to think of it. And if there's ways to game that off of that, then those could be part of the analysis.
Thank you. Further discussion on the motion. Krista, you had offered an amendment. I think we're ready for that.
Okay. So my amendment would be to strike 6 from 6,000 and change that to 5,000 and strike 8,000 and change that to 10,000. So we would have a range of 5,000 to 10,000 metric ton.
Oh. Okay. Now, what's highlighted as your amendment is accurate and complete there?
There's a little bit of text moving around, but yes, that is where I would make the changes. Or I'm proposing in my amendment.
I'll just pause while all the edits are completed here. All right, that completes it. Is there a second on the motion? Seconded by Chair Pettinger. Please speak to your motion.
Well, thank you. I realize this is a wider range, and I'm extremely appreciative of the maker of the motion for providing why he chose what he did. And I think we will likely end up in that range, but this is essentially analysis of an alternative that was proposed to the public. And I think they have, at least in the state of Oregon, asked for a range between 5 and 10,000. I think that there is a lot of merit, and I had considered only asking for the 5,000 edge of this range. I think there's a lot of merit to having the 5,000 component, simply because when I looked at the numbers, I came up with an average, not counting this year, of 5,300. And without the second provision of the 29% 3-year rolling average, I just saw the potential to yo-yo more than maybe we would want to. That doesn't mean that we will get there. And I think the rolling provision could be really a positive tool in the toolbox to prevent having business disrupted for everybody with a, hey, we're over, now we're under, oh, we're over again, long term. So I do really want to encourage that component in the analysis. I did go with a slightly larger number because that was expressed publicly from stakeholders within Oregon. I mean, I'm sure there are other people out there that would like more, but I am cognizant of a lot of different voices, and that we as a council are trying to find a solution that is probably going to make no one thrilled, but hopefully will be something that people can live with. And so that's why the range is what it is in this amendment.
Thank you. Are there any questions to the maker of the motion for clarification? Not seeing any question. Any discussion on the motion? Maggie Summer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Fenson, for the motion. I'd like to speak in support of it. I fully appreciate Mr. Anderson's statements earlier about bringing forward this concept yesterday. I do recognize the challenge that the timing of it presented and the lack of opportunity for formal public input to the full council on the range. Recognize that many of us have heard from those who have the opportunity because they are here in Garden Grove, or they happen to have our contact information, to reach out to some of us in the short time since yesterday with some input on what the triggers should be and why. But given that it has been such a short time, this is a very important component of the alternative. We support analysis of the wider range proposed here in this alternative. Thanks.
Thank you. Further discussion? Corey Ridings.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. This is actually a question either for council staff or NIPS, if I may. Thank you. Mr. Anderson spoke a little bit earlier about the smaller range and why he felt that was prudent. This is obviously a larger range, and I'm curious if council staff or NIPS has thoughts on the workload associated with both of these ranges and the analysis that would come from that. I realize this may not be an answerable question, but just looking to get a little feedback there. Thank you.
Thank you. I will first look to our staff officers to see if they want to tackle that. Jesse, it looks like it's you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, Ms. Ridings. Yes, I don't think there's a lot of difference, just our preliminary assessment of whether it's 6 to 8 or 5 to 10. We would be analyzing the bookends of these. So if the council were to pick something whatever they picked, whatever y'all chose to pick, if this alternative is moved forward under final action, that assessment would be covered in the range of analyzed impacts. Additionally, we might be looking at, what's the impacts of not doing something higher or lower, but all in all, I don't think there's a difference in the workload of whether having 5 to 10 or 6 to 8.
Okay, thank you. Further discussion? Not seeing, Maggie Summer.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I'd just like to weigh in that we don't see any NIMS workload related to the difference in range proposed by this amendment because it will be council staff conducting this part of the analysis. But I do want to say that I will have comments from a NIMS workload perspective on other aspects of it when we're done discussing this amendment. Thanks.
Thank you. Further discussion on the motion to amend? And I'm not seeing any hands. I will call the question. It's there before us highlighted. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
No.
Abstentions? Motion passes with 1 no vote. That was recorded, Ms. Marcy Yaremko. Thank you. So we are back to the main motion again as amended, and I will look for further discussion on that. Maggie Summer.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I will make those workload comments now. Understand that at a PPA stage, the expectation is that this new trigger concept can be fleshed out and analyzed in advance of an FPA. However, at this stage, as noted under E1, given our existing staff resources, NIMS is unable to staff this agenda item as would be needed to understand how these new concepts would or would not work and whether modifications would be needed. Once we have additional staffing resources and our priority tasks are covered, then we would inform the council as to the timing of our availability to carry out the review and considerations that would be needed for this revised alternative. We can discuss this further under workload planning. I will add that, as I commented a minute ago, certainly recognize that council staff will be doing the analysis of the impacts of this alternative as proposed and amended. But there certainly is a need for NIMS to really put some thought into the mechanics and the timing of how it would work, the feasibility of it, just from an administrative standpoint, as well as other perspectives, and make sure that we can fully advise the council on all of that before you make a final decision. And at this time, I am unable to provide any information on when we'll be able to do that. But again, perhaps under workload planning. I do want to add, to follow that on with the addition of the potential of adding a 29% 3-year rolling average provision adds to the complexity of both the evaluation that we will be doing on the front end and the complexity of tracking, monitoring, and implementation. But then as we go, if this was to be adopted, recommended, approved, and implemented, we will really need to think through the timing of that. And I guess all I can say at this point is we will really be looking for more from the council in terms of rationale on why this component is necessary and how that factors into the rationale for this alternative. But I will say at this point, it does add some complexity to our evaluation and to implementation workload. Thanks.
Thank you. Further discussion, Executive Director Burden.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. In response to your comments, Ms. Summer, we are in the background working at on the year at a glance, and we have some inclination to push this to April rather than March. Curious if you have any reactions there to the workload issues that you expressed on behalf of the agency and being able to review this in time for a FPA.
Not at this time. Thanks.
Thank you. Further discussion, Phil Anderson.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Ms. Summers, trying to figure out what, I heard what you said, but I'm not sure what it means. It sounds like if we add a trigger mechanism, whatever it might be, that NIMS isn't in the position to do its due diligence in reviewing and analyzing and whatever you do before you come up with a perspective about a management element like this. And so it sounds like it's open-ended, might get to it in June, maybe next year at this time, maybe never. I'm trying to understand what the result is from what you just said.
Maggie Summer.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Mr. Anderson. We can provide the council with an update in March on our staffing. We hope that our staffing resources will change before too long, but we, at this point, we don't know, and we are not certain that we'll be able to provide the level of due diligence we need under the regional operating agreement to inform an FPA for March or April. Again, all I can say at this point is we will advise the council on any changes in our staffing and capacity when we can.
Thank you. Corey Niles.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. Starting with that last thought, I guess, yeah, first of all, preface all my comments with understanding of the timing and people wanting to react, needing more time to absorb and react. I don't see how this motion here would be any different or I think my gut instinct would this would be easier to implement than something like just recommending alternative 2 by itself, but fully appreciating people need time to think about that. Moving to the merits of this, again, recognizing the timing was not ideal. I feel that at least we had some breakthrough the polarization that has made this a difficult issue. And I'm going to say, I don't think we would have that breakthrough if it wasn't for Mr. Anderson and his ability to look for a common ground and not just listen to what people are saying, but try to think about the merits of what they're saying. And I think this does move us forward constructively. I was worried about being able, what was going to happen at this meeting. I don't want to go too long, but I do think this has high prospects of getting some consensus when people have time to think about it more. I really think I won't go for the fullness of my thoughts here, but Mr. Anderson began his comments with this is really alternative 2 with a trigger or something like that. And I think a lot of people are saying, well, this is like no action, but with a trigger. And then is there any difference between those 2 perspectives is kind of an interesting question. So yeah, thankful for Phil for putting this out there. I do think people need more time to think through the elements. And I'll just illustrating, WFW needs more time to think through the elements, but just gut reaction here, without that 29% piece of the trigger, this is really just a vote on at what level of the ACL alternative 2 is making sense. And Mr. Anderson laid out his evidence for why he thinks alternative 2 would be justified at some level. It's kind of funny to say we haven't enough time to understand that evidence since we've been doing this so long, but we just got some new information, I think, this cycle, and we're still trying to, I think there's reasonable people can differ on whether the evidence supports the council action. And as I've said a number of times, I start from the place that this is an IFQ program, and that stepping in to correct what businesses are doing themselves requires showing that the action is needed to correct that action. I'm not going to go into the fullness of that, but I don't think we would support alternative 2 at this meeting, even as a PPA. This we can support. And it really is, to me, I'll go back and I'll wrap this up here in a second, but this is, I would say this is no action with something stronger than a control date. We've supported a freeze the footprint approach as a sensible way. We're not sure if there's an issue here, but let's not let it get too much worse if we don't have to. And that this is a way of keeping levels of gear switching from getting out of hand, so to speak, because it creates a disincentive for new people to come in, a pretty strong one, stronger than a control date. And that's open for debate, of course, but the theory here is that someone looking to purchase quota share to use with fixed gear would have to know that that quota share comes at a risk of, I don't know what the ratio would end up with, but it would be at least 71% troll only. So that to me is why this has a lot of potential. And I do think in our Washington delegation, and when we did have a change and people coming off their extremes, so to speak, and I'm going to starting to repeat myself, but I think people need more time to think about this. Don't blame me with that. And was expecting this would come back in March. And that would be sufficient time, given all the thought we put into this already, to get some really good analysis from staff.
Thank you, Corey. I scanned for hands here. I'm going to ask Chair Pettinger. I thought you had a hand. Maggie Summer, Marcy Yaremko, Corey Ridings, in that order. Chair Pettinger.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hassemer. Thank you, Phil, for putting that out on the table yesterday. I will say that members of the public, I was probably thrown back a little bit by them by seeing it initially, but appreciate the time last night discussing it. Although I missed a few things, but I think Krista's amendment to tell you that in range, I think gives me, makes me support this. I think that the time between now and April allow us to look at it, kind of massage it, see what we got, better understand it. And that'll be good. That's a good thing. I mean, we need to do something. I think the status quo, if you look at the, I think slide 11, the gear switching levels that was shown by the staff yesterday was pretty illustrative of what the trajectory was in gear switching. It was going up till 2019. And where that stopped, who knows? So something needs to be done. This fishery has been decimated by the cutbacks in the early 2000s. And I think uncertainty in the market, I think here recently really has exacerbated the rebuilding of this program. So, obviously for the next, 4 years, 5 years, let's say, I mean, we're going to be well above 10,000 tons. I don't think that's going to be an issue. And I think we're going to find out exactly how much fish the processing sector needs. I mean, they've got a 5-year window at least to invest and to show us what the fishery needs. What that 3-year rolling average provision. I mean, I think that there's going to be some way we're going to need to analyze where we're at and how we're doing. I don't think we need to name anything, but on how we do that, because I think we're going to probably learn more as we go through this, and just be open to that and just be mindful of that. I think this gives us a foundation for the processing sector, trawl fishery, to give us stability that's needed. It's been asked for. So anyway, I do appreciate it and all the careful thought and the detail put into it. Thank you, Phil. And I'll be voting for it.
Maggie Summer.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Just a brief comment to clarify my remarks earlier about timing and NIMF's availability. We would certainly be okay with this, with FPA being put on a spring agenda. I heard March or April. I'm sure that will be a workload planning discussion. And we will just come to the meeting at that time. If we are able to weigh in, we will. But just wanted to put everyone on notice that if we are not able to do a full evaluation before then, we may at that point just be advising the council that we have not fully vetted it yet. But certainly did not mean to imply that it should not go on a spring agenda. Thanks.
Thank you. Marcia Yaremko.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Question for Maggie on her earlier remarks and the mention of the new concepts. I just am looking for confirmation from NIMS that this alternative is actually within the range.
Maggie Summer.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Ms. Yaremko. We believe that it is within the range of alternatives. It is adding a feature to alternative 2, which has been in the range. I think that is within the council's purview to do at this time and select as a PPA.
Thank you. Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. The hamsters are still spinning, but I thought I'd provide some thoughts, which is just thinking about that this is still going to require more work by the council and NIMS. We have other critical agenda items that need attention, many of those on Groundfish. The council has worked on this for, I think it's 8 years now. I heard earlier that everyone is tired and struggling with this, and there's a lack of certainty. So I continue to have strong heartburn about continuing this. Looking at National Standard 1, we can and do inflict harm, but it must be done with information and analysis, consideration, and deliberation. So we must have evidence that the benefits outweigh the costs. At this point, after all these years of information, deliberation, public comment, input from ABs, staff analysis, I feel that we still lack the evidence. This was highlighted by the SSC's conclusion about the analysis for this meeting, despite its very high quality, which was that the analysis does not provide evidence that gear switching is limiting trawl attainment. All the action alternatives, including this one, still feel like an allocation of fishing privileges. And I have many concerns that they will not pass the NS4 test of being fair and equitable. To be clear, I continue to believe that this and other action alternatives might benefit some fishermen. There very well could be some benefits that percolate through the supply chain that benefits both processors and fishermen. But we also know that there have been major investments made by other fishermen who have built businesses and about the harms that will very likely be done. This was a trawl program. We heard that talked about today. We've heard that talked about a lot. I hear that and it makes good sense. But even with that being true, the gear switching provision was not a mistake. It was built into the program to provide flexibility and options for an uncertain future. Everyone then made financial and business decisions accordingly. Today, the original set of environmental and economic circumstances have changed, as they always do, and they will. And there are groups of people who want to alter the program for the benefit, and that is understandable. But gear switching was a feature and not a bug. And was a feature of a market-based program. We have willing buyers and sellers, and we decided as a council to delegate some of the decision-making power to that market. Want to note that when gear switching was created as part of the program, there was conservation justification for the action, including minimizing bycatch and protecting habitat. West Coast trawling has solid accountability and has largely addressed the conservation issues inherent in the gear type. But on balance, fixed gear has less impact. And at the time, that was part of the overall calculus and decision to launch the program. Just going to close. This has been a really tough issue. To echo Mr. Anderson, I'm honored to be stuck in the middle with the folks around the table, regardless.
Thank you. I'm going to look to my left, Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hasmer. I initially had 3 pages of bullets of talking points for this item that have all proven moot or been already been said, so I'm going to skip all of those. I want to thank Mr. Anderson for continually trying to find solutions, find that middle ground. We did hear a lot in delegation, the Oregon delegation this morning about the timing of this. Not providing for public comment, but I think the path we're setting up here will give that time for the public comment and the public to weigh in. I agree this has been a long process, and we've had both sides in limbo about moving forward with their business plans. And this seems like a reasonable way to keep moving forward. So thank you for providing that.
Thank you. Further discussion. Krista Svensson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I am going to support this motion. I have been strongly in favor of no action. And I think, and I don't remember which of us spoke to it earlier, some of us see this as a path forward for alternative 2. Some of us see this as a path forward to no action. I think the fact that we have something on the table that we can hopefully rally around and continue to have conversations is important. I am appreciative of your willingness to bring this forward at the 11th hour. I will say last November, it felt like the 11th hour for alternative 3. But I do think that we spend a lot of time in the council process talking about the need for flexibility. And I think this is an example of a time when flexibility is helpful or has the potential to be helpful. I know there are a lot of concerns about public process, but I am confident that over the winter, we will have a lot of people reaching out to us, providing input. I'm certainly open to that. And I believe everybody else at this table is, and that we will have that going into final action. The piece that I do really want to hit on is I think that 29% 3-year rolling average provision, making sure that that's folded in is important. I've heard that it is today, but I really am concerned about trying to set a trigger on a 1 year when we also talk a lot about climate change and how things are going to be very volatile. And I just don't want to see businesses, in this case, having to dance back and forth between when rules are in effect and when rules aren't. And I do think that there is a lot of merit to taking an average and to causing all of us within industry to work together to find a solution to help stabilize and build a future that will work for all of us.
Thank you. Further discussion. Marcia Yaremko.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. this is better. Uh, it does feel like a path to somewhere. And I appreciate that. And my issue is that I don't know where the somewhere is or why we need to go to the somewhere. But I do appreciate that this is a breakthrough. It is progress. I just want to acknowledge that. But I'm looking at the purpose and need of this action. And I feel like this motion actually gets us further away from what the purpose and need states, which is that the action is needed because the IQ program has underattained most of its allocations since the inception of the program, and that underattainment may be due to the allowance to use fixed gear. So that leads me to the next thought of, okay, well, this action would result in implementing or activating or requiring National Marine Fisheries Service to move forward with the foundation or the infrastructure involved with issuing all gear and trawl only shares, which if any of you that have worked for agencies or even in industry have been involved in implementing limited entry programs of any sort, they are difficult, costly, time consuming, involve appeals, and are quite a burden on any agency that's undertaking such an action. I appreciate the spirit with the idea of the trigger, that we wouldn't actually use the crux of the constraints until the trigger is met. But it's difficult to understand then why the benefits of implementation would be realized, and that those benefits outweigh the costs of implementation. So for those reasons, I will be voting no, but I did want to express that I'm hopeful. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion? Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Well, I've been sitting here listening to this for a long, long time, as you all have. And I just wanted to offer a few thoughts. I will be supporting this motion. I'll just start with that. And I really commend Phil and others to really put a lot of effort into finding a place where we could get to. So I want to go back a little bit. Marcy talked a bit about the purpose and need. But what sticks in my mind about the purpose and need is the goal and objective. So the purpose of this action, I'm reading, would be to keep northern sablefish gear switching from impeding the attainment of northern IFQ allocations within trawl gear, while considering impacts on current operations and investments. To me, that doesn't say we have to prove it's doing it now. Our job isn't to look what's directly in front of us, although that's a consideration. Our job is to look down, look at the horizon, maybe sometimes look in the rearview mirror of where we've been. And I think this looks at that. So going back to the original community advisory board that recommended to the council that we take put a control date in place because there was a problem identified in that original 5-year review, and it was the prime one. And the council did that. Sent a signal that, hey, after this date, buyer beware. We may not, any history you accrue might not and not be used in future actions. And that's the character of a control date. But it's a signal, and that signal dampened the effort going forward, but not much, because we saw an increase from there a bit. At the time, when the SAMTAC was devised to further work on this, and I was a member of that both as industry and as a state representative, later council representative. I believe, in my recollections, we had 23 proposals on the table. And we had to go down from there. And I'll tell you from my perspective, the bookends of opinions are not much different than what we saw up to this date. We saw the gap reports over the years. We could never get a consensus view. But we did, through a vote of taking top in the SAMTAC, choosing the top 5 out of the 23, whittle it down. And that process went back and forth, but we never did get the bookends to come together. The people that wanted no gear switching, the people that wanted gear switching. It never met. The SAMTAC actually asked that. The council requested that industry come together and bring something to work with. I think over and above that, over time, the council members and our industry has been working diligently to try to find some middle ground, some place where we could solve this problem. Obviously, we're not going to make everybody happy. And a lot of proposals have been crafted and a lot of alternatives, and they've been changed and whittled, but all for the purpose of getting somewhere, getting to a solution to this problem. So what were the problems? What were we chasing here? Well, that's defined by the principles. The council, I don't believe, has ever formally adopted the principles, but by not eliminating the principles, we have crafted our desires as a council based on those principles. I think it's important to visit those. What were they? Guiding principle A was, we want to ensure there's affordable trawl access to sablefish. Okay, that was the first one. I don't know that these were actually in order of importance, but that was one of them. Okay, but the one that I really get to is, we believe that unlimited catch of sablefish through gear switching is not desirable. Well, I think that's been acknowledged by the council over the times. First, with a control date, that we better look at this and we better have a way to get back to some stable pace in history so it doesn't get away from us. I think that signal was very clear. Furthermore, in April of 2021, we actually defined what that meant. What does that control mean? There needed to be a limitation, but what was it? I think everyone would agree that 100% gear switching, as Phil talked about earlier, that limit would be unacceptable. We wouldn't have a trawl industry. If it was, zero is not acceptable to people either. But there's some limitation that needs to be there. So what is that limitation? April 2021, we had a motion on the floor to limit it to a maximum of 29%. That motion passed with one no vote and one abstention. The council voted nearly unanimously for that. That sent a really critical signal to industry that, hey, there will be a limit, and it probably will be not much more than what's being done, and in some cases less. So I go forward. Once again, the council's asking industry to come forward with a compromise, with a proposal that'll meet these guiding principles. One of the other principles, we want to consider impacts on existing operations. I think that's where our legacy comes from. And understanding what dependence was the standards that illustrated that. We want to maintain gear switching options for trawl operations. I think that's where the rounding up to, after you define legacy, everybody gets a piece of the pie to a certain extent. That solves that. We will consider industry community impacts to ensure long-term stability. I think this gets us there too. Consider the effect of value on trawl permits. That's been considered. We want to increase the net economic value of the trawl individual fishing quota fishery. All of these things are contained in this. It's taken years to come to this place. The thing we've never had until I think today is agreement on a place that might get us there. I'm hearing from, like many around here have heard today, from industry folks, either in person or on text or on emails, that there may be a way here. It's not unanimous, but at least we're a lot closer. I really, really think that not accepting this emotion and going forward with the analysis that it's going to take to get it all the way done would be a huge mistake. I think that we are offering stability by doing this. I think industry, and I think we've heard it loud and clear, they're not 100% happy with either side of this. Depends where you stand. But understanding it is a place that gets us where it doesn't do undue harm, great harm to anyone. I think the thing that changed and that caused this major change in having this added alternative that was just came at some think the last minute is this whole idea that came forth in public testimony mostly, but also in just the acknowledgement by the council that this quota is going to go to places we've never seen before for sablefish. We're going to be awash, as one of the commenters said, in sablefish. And the market's down. We're going to be having more than we can ever have. So is there a utility then to making a restriction? And I don't think we've ever thought of this trigger method. It was all or nothing before this. And I think this addresses that. At different levels, there's different risk. So let's talk about risk. What's the risk of getting this wrong? If this was the motion that ended up ultimately being where we are in the final motion, in the final alternative, what's the risk? Well, if in the future we see the fixed gear sectors and all the other sectors attaining 100% of their quota, and the trawl sector leaving amounts on the table year after year after year, we have a mechanism for that. That's called allocation. But I think this sure gets us to a place where we solve the immediate problem and we do it in a flexible manner. Flexibility is important. It's been one of the premier things about climate change is we need flexibility. That's, everyone has their own definition of what that means, but that's been one of the primary points of this. I think it gets us there. I know it's not where everybody wants to be, but I'm seeing at least we're coming together a bit. There's some decisions to be made, analysis to be done. I guess if ultimately the analysis of the two outlying issues proved to be too much and cost us too much and jeopardize the implementation, well, that's a decision we can make at that time. But I support the ranges. I think that's a good bookends to analyze. I look forward to this, and more than anything, I look forward to hopefully seeing an end to this in a successful end, not just dismissing it. And boy, do I appreciate working with all of you on this issue to finish it and to do it in a way that benefits everybody. So thank you. I will support it.
Thank you. Look around for further discussion. Phil Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. I just wanted to express my appreciation to everybody around the table, regardless of where you are on this, for giving it your due consideration. And appreciate everybody that's helped think about this. And I also want to thank my colleague to my left for letting me take his idea and run with it. So thanks.
Thank you. Further, Maggie Summer.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I have been involved around this council table in a couple different seats in this issue for a while. And lest you think that you will be hearing fewer remarks from me in the NIMF seat than the ODFW seat gave me opportunity to ramble on, I just want to make a couple brief personal comments or comments about this from my own observation. You know, we've talked about the time and analytical effort we've dedicated to this issue, and it's easy to criticize that and to beat ourselves up or beat up the council members for wasting time. But, you know, I have been reminded that sablefish allocation and management has been one of the biggest challenges in this fishery for 40 years. I too was at some of the first program review hearings and recall this coming up as a top issue then, brought up by vessel skippers who were having problems on the water then due to sablefish quota availability. I don't think that the time we've dedicated to this and the process have failed. I think that they have been valuable in getting us here. The extensive analysis has been inconclusive one way or the other. The numbers don't clearly point to gear switching having been a limit, and they don't point to it not having been, or what will happen in the future. And we've recognized before now that we aren't going to analyze our way to an answer. But I think that enormous effort that council staff in particular have gone through has been incredibly valuable. It's given all of us around the table, in the advisory body meetings, in the audience, access to the same comprehensive information describing the fishery, describing the assumptions and trade-offs, so that we all have the same basis to start with. Yes, National Standard 4 requires that we must determine that the benefits of an allocation outweigh the costs. In addition to the quantitative analysis, we can consider qualitative information. We can and we must consider all of the testimony provided to us by stakeholders, all of the advisory body input, et cetera. The answer need not only lie in the numbers. We all share a desire for a successful and vibrant groundfish trawl fishery, producing value, seafood, supporting vibrant and resilient fishing communities. I think that we all support that. And I would take objection to any statement that regardless of our stance on gear switching, any of us feels otherwise. We certainly differ in the details of what a vibrant and successful groundfish trawl fishery looks like and what's needed to get there. And I would say that's not just okay, that's expected. That's our role as a collective body. Our diversity is our strength. So to each of you listening around the table, in the audience, I want to add my recognition of your dedication, the cost of your time and your travel and your stress about this. If you are certain of your position and your desired outcome, I understand. And I appreciate your engagement regardless and your willingness to continue sharing your knowledge and perspective with us over and over. If you are uncertain about what the right thing to do for our fisheries is, of whether or not to change from status quo, or if so, what's the best approach, I understand. There is much uncertainty. There is no objective right or wrong. It's a policy decision that this body will make collectively. I think that this proposal here for a PPA is worth considering. I think the rationale provided for it suggests how it can contribute to meeting the purpose and need and potentially provide the conditions for improving attainment. I look forward to further input on it, and I will be supporting this motion. Thanks.
Thank you. Further discussion? I'm not ignoring any sides here. I'm looking very carefully, and I'm not seeing any additional hands. So I will call the question on this motion. It has been on the screen here before us. The motion as amended. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? No.
No.
Had no votes, I believe, from Corey Ridings and Marcy Yaremko. Abstentions? The motion passes. 2 no votes. Thank you very much. And that has been recorded. I'm going to pause here, and we've been at it for a long time, so I want to look at our staff officers, Dr. Seeger and Jesse, and just glance back and put up there. We have selected a PPA. In Mr. Anderson's speaking to his motion, did identify that he had addressed those outstanding questions, except one related to divestiture. So I think we're down to number 3. Is there any further guidance or discussion here? And while you think about that, I will look to Dr. Seeger, Jesse, and see if I've captured that correctly.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Yes, I believe you have. We have a motion that includes a couple different triggers for when the alternative 2 would be activated. And we've talked about how that will be formatted and brought back to you. And you've identified everything else here. You've addressed those outstanding questions and so forth. So unless there's anything additional on item 3 here, then I think you would be finished with this agenda item.
All right, thank you. Then I will look around to see if there are any hands for further guidance on this as needed. And I'm not seeing any, so I think that will bring us to a close on this. And I just want to express also, maybe follow on to what Ms. Summer was saying there about the dedication, the time. It's very important. It's very valuable as we exercise our policy decisions given to us under the MSA. A lot of this is generic. We talk about fishers and communities and processors, but they all have names. We see them out here before us. And so it's important to take the time and do that. And it has been very worthwhile. So thank you all. And that closes out this agenda item. And I will pass the gavel back to our chair.
Great job, Pete. Came in 10 minutes early, so we reward ourselves with an hour and 10-minute lunch break. So we'll see everybody back here at 1 o'clock on fiscal matters. Thank you. Okay. Welcome back, everyone. Hope you enjoyed that long lunch hour that I provided for you. And we are on C4, Fiscal Matters. And I believe I will turn to Patricia to start us off. Patricia.
Good afternoon, Council. The Budget Committee met on November 2nd to discuss the status of the 2023 budget, the Inflation Reduction Act funding, and the 2024 provisional budget. Additionally, the committee reviewed the Committee of the Whole agenda. Your materials for today are Supplement Attachment 1, the staff report on Inflation Reduction Act funding proposals. Attachment 2 is the BC agenda, and Attachment 3 was the Executive Director's report. Your other materials is the BC report, and the HMSMT has a report.
Okay. So Patricia, I guess I've been instructed to have you read the budget report.
I think Mr. Hassner may have wanted to say something. I'm not sure.
Oh.
No, yeah, we had our budget committee meeting. The report has been in the briefing book, and I'll ask Patricia if she can read that into the meeting record.
Okay.
Thank you. Supplemental Budget Committee Report 1, Agenda Item C4A. The Pacific Fishery Management Council's Budget Committee met on Thursday, November 2nd to consider several financial matters. These include a review of the calendar year 2023 expectations of expenditures through the end of the year, the 2020-2024 cooperative agreement funding, the CY24 staff proposed provisional budget, the Inflation Reduction Act, and planning for the Committee of the Whole in anticipation of the next grant application period. National Marine Fisheries Service West Coast Region Sustainable Fisheries Division budget update. Mr. Ryan Wolf provided an update on the status of fiscal year 2024 funding process and noted the region is currently operating under continued resolution until November 17th and are again preparing for a government shutdown if a budget isn't passed or another CR isn't proposed. Mr. Wolf noted the Department of Commerce has finished transitioning its travel, finance, and grant applications to a new system. Mr. Wolf also noted the NIMS annual internal request for proposals process for Magnet Stevens Act and Cat Shears projects is underway. Assuming no lapse in appropriations, the determination of these projects could be complete by January. 2023 budget status. Mr. Merrick Burden presented the committee with the information relating to anticipated expenditures through the end of the calendar year. Current forecasts indicate that total expenses through the year could be $327,000 less than approved 2023 budget. This will still result in a drawdown in the council's delayed spending account as outlined in the ED report to the committee. Total delayed spending account balance is projected to be $2.7 million at the end of 2023. 2024 pre-provisional budget. The staff proposed calendar year 2024 provisional budget of $6,180,145 is an update from the September BC meeting to include plans to utilize some of the Phase 1 Inflation Reduction Act funds. Staff also included funding for one additional workshop. Staff wages and benefits were updated based on current expectations to cover backfilling of planned retirements, and travel and meeting expenses were modified based on the feedback from the September meeting. Based on the savings from calendar year 23, the forecast and the delayed spending count through the remainder of the grant looks more positive than previous expectations. The better than expected situation was a result of having more remote meetings, internal controls and efficiencies, and other savings. Since it is expected that expenses will still be on the rise and anticipated revenues may be flat, continued diligence regarding the council's budget and expenditures will be necessary. Funds from a future IRA grant may improve the outlook, but those funds are restricted in their use. Inflation Reduction Act. Mr. Burden presented an update on the status of the IRA funding. The Phase 1 funding opportunity opened on October 25th with a deadline of December 31st for the first proposal. Phase 2 proposals are due January 31st, and the second phase will be the majority of IRA funding being made available to the fishery management councils. The Phase 2 proposals require specificity that is still being developed. The BC expressed discomfort with the timing and process for securing the IRA funds and requested that the executive director raise the question of timing with other council executive directors and NOAA and explore whether there's an opportunity to extend the deadline for phase 2 proposals into late March. Mr. Byrne reviewed the list of potential IRA projects as summarized in C4, agenda item C4, supplemental attachment 1, which includes 3 FEP initiatives, the risk tables to inform specifications, community vulnerability assessments, and regulatory and bureaucratic constraints to adaptive management. Groundfish stocks definition, which is establishing ecoregions, fixed-gear protected species bycatch mitigation, Klamath and Sacramento Fall Chinook harvest objectives, Queet spring summer Chinook rebuilding, gear innovation for HMS species, and addressing climate change impacts to international fisheries. The committee discussed adding halibut catch sharing plans and allocations, a mackerel harvest framework, and discussion of the possibility of current work by the Habitat and Marine Planning Committees that could be folded into the IRA objectives. The committee discussed the possibility of including discussion of IRA funding to the committee of the whole agenda, particularly if the IRA proposal timing cannot be extended into March. Committee of the whole. The committee of the whole agenda is being planned as a 2-day meeting. Current planning is to spend the first day discussing the alignment of finances with the council's mission, and the second day identifying ways to achieve greater effectiveness of the council and council process. Mr. Burden provided information relating to the details that would be needed to be prepared in advance of the meeting, including work by staff and state agencies. Should questions arise regarding the development and planning of the committee of the whole meeting, Mr. Burden proposed using the BC and council leadership as a steering committee to help provide feedback and guidance. The BC recommended that council staff identify what is considered a core activity and prepare a 5- and 10-year hindcast analysis of spending, identifying how and whether the scope of council agenda topics has changed over that time. Additional matters. Mr. Niles discussed funding additional travel for state and tribal agency participants to attend the TNC meeting next year. It was noted that there had been an understanding that the council would not be asked to fiscally support the workshop. Determining whether such support would be appropriate and could be included within the council's budget is unknown due to lack of specificities regarding whether and to what degree council financial resources are being requested. Budget committee recommendations. 1, adopt a calendar year 24 provisional budget of $6,180,145 for use beginning January 1. Recommend a list of proposals for IRA funding as identified in agenda item C4, supplemental attachment 1 with the following additions. Halibut catch sharing plan and allocations, mackerel harvest framework, explore the nexus between the Habitat and Marine Planning Committees for work that would be consistent with IRA objectives. Request executive director discuss the possibility of delaying the January 31st deadline for the phase 2 proposals with other council executive directors. If delay is unlikely, add a placeholder to the committee of the whole agenda to provide projects to be proposed. Approve the committee of the whole agenda and steering committee as presented, but add the following tasks to the advanced work list for staff. Provide details on what is identified as a core activity. Provide historic details from 5 and 10 years of the level of core activities. And lastly, tentatively plan a spring BC meeting, consider the 2024 IRA funding budget, and either update the provisional budget or review an operational budget. The council leadership can make the determination if the spring meeting is held. And that completes the report.
Thank you, Patricia. Questions from Patricia on her budget report? Okay, wonderful. That'll take us to the Highly Migratory Species Management Team report. And Matt Craig, are you there?
Good afternoon. I am. Can you hear me?
We can.
Wonderful. Dr. Matthew Craig, Southwest Fisheries Science Center and member of the Highly Migratory Species Management Team. I'll be reading into the record our supplemental report on agenda item C4B. The Highly Migratory Species Management Team reviewed and discussed the staff report on the Inflation Reduction Act funding proposals. The team supports the Pacific Fishery Management Council's continued consideration of gear innovation for HMS fisheries as a proposal in pursuit of IRA funds. The outcomes of this initial HMS roadmap workshop could be used to inform flexibility in management through the use of exempted fishing permits in the development of climate-ready fisheries. The team also supports a proposal for addressing climate change impacts to internationally managed species in the request for IRA funds, but would prioritize the gear innovation for HMS fisheries proposal. And that concludes our report.
Okay, thank you. Questions for Dr. Craig on the HMS management team report? Okay, I'm not seeing any. Thank you.
Thank you.
That'll take us to public comment. I see Michelle Conrad is up. Is she here? Michelle, are you online?
Good afternoon. This is actually Teresa Labriola speaking on behalf of Michelle Conrad as we submitted a joint letter. So
okay.
Thank you, Chair Pettinger, for allowing me to provide some comments in support of a joint letter submitted by Ocean Conservancy, the Environmental Defense Fund, and Wild Oceans. And that letter was submitted as a in support of this testimony, so I don't believe it is online yet. We appreciate the council's work to incorporate ecosystem considerations and the impacts of climate change into council fisheries management. And the $20 million of Inflation Reduction Act funding provides a really unique and timely opportunity to further achieve the goals and objectives of the Fishery Ecosystem Plan and the Climate and Communities Initiative, and continue, the role of the Pacific Council as really a leader in this work. NIMS has provided the council with overarching goals for actions funded under the IRA, including implementation of fishery management measures necessary to advance climate-ready fisheries by improving climate resiliency and responsiveness to climate impacts, and development and advancement of climate-ready fisheries management planning and implementation efforts in support of underserved communities. There's a lot of work that needs to be done to prepare the council manage fisheries for climate change, and we want to ensure that the IRA funds are used to do the critical work, to use the ecosystem science that is really just cutting edge to help us manage our fisheries. And to that end, we recommend the council prioritize the FEP initiatives to support climate-informed fisheries management, and which further the CCI implementation that resulted from the scenario planning process. Specifically, in our letter, we recommend the council explore methods to develop tailored products to integrate climate and ecosystem indicators and NIMS climate vulnerability assessments into council fisheries management. You're currently considering one method, risk assessments for petrale sole and sablefish through Initiative 4. And there are other pathways that we'd like you to investigate for additional stocks across multiple fishery management plans, including using the climate vulnerability assessments in combination with stock biology to assess stock vulnerability to environmental drivers or climate change systematically across all managed species. We also recommend the council improve understanding of vulnerable communities and assess how council actions may have affected those communities, and develop management strategies to strengthen community resilience to climate change, and develop ways to improve the management process to be more responsive. An initial step would be to move forward with follow-on actions to integrate portions of initiatives 2.6 and 2.8 into the current initiative. We make one final recommendation to, in support of developing ways to improve the management process to be more responsive to relatively rapid fishery changes as a consequence of climate change. And thank you for discussing this. We think this is a really great opportunity to further the work that the council has been doing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Teresa. Questions for Teresa on her testimony? I'm not seeing any. Thanks, Teresa.
Thank you.
Okay. It takes care of public comment and takes us to council action. which is before you on the screen. So I'll open the floor for discussion. Pete Hasmer, Vice Chair Hasmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, if there is no discussion, I just might highlight one item that was in the Budget Committee report. This IRA funding has been a little bit, I don't know what the word is, loose or confusing. There are two deadlines, one before us immediately, December 31 for the first phase of funds that would come to the council. And then January, I think 31 for a second phase. And the committee had asked the executive director to reach out and see if that date could be extended beyond January 31. And I think the executive director might have some information on that. So I'll just ask him to weigh in on that.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. I did have a chance to reach out to my counterparts, also to connect with very briefly some NIMS folks, and there was a meeting of the EDs and NIMS headquarters, unfortunately, right in the middle of our council meeting. I was not able to attend, but some of my counterparts carried the questions for me. So there were a couple of questions the committee asked of me. One was, are any other councils requesting an extension? The answer to that is no. And I believe that they are going to be submitting their proposals well in advance of the deadline. And in a question to the agency in terms of extending the timeline, there was a fair bit of concern expressed by the agency, is my understanding, about doing that. And I don't have all the details of what the source of that concern is, but suffice to say they were not very amenable toward extending that deadline. And so I think at this point where we're at is the January 31st deadline is our deadline for the phase 2 project, or the phase 2 proposal rather. And as you saw and heard in the committee report, there was a desire to place the IRA funding proposal topic onto the committee of the whole agenda if we could not get a timeline extension. So that is what I think the Plan B recommendation was from the committee.
Thank you.
Okay. Right.
Yeah, thanks. What Merrick said is correct. Just to expand on that, I have had some additional conversations with headquarters, and it's my understanding that the deadline will not be extended. If for any reason the council has a project idea, they're not able to pull together by the end of January, we are expecting to run another request for proposals process in the fall of 24.
Thank you, Ryan. Further hands up? Bill Anderson.
I'm pretty uninformed on the IRA funding process. I've listened to a few conversations, I've picked up a little bit on it, but I'm curious about the Halibut catch sharing plan / allocations item being added to our list of possible activities that we would want to put IRA funding toward. And it seems to me that is a core activity of the council to fulfill its obligations in terms of having and managing a catch share plan. And I didn't think those types of activities were necessarily ones that were, I won't, eligible may be too strong, but those kinds of activities weren't the kinds of activities that we would be looking for funding assistance on. I was just I was a little curious about that one.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for that question. I guess in the seat of the Budget Committee Chair, it was presented in the context of, and I wish I'd taken the time to pull up the sideboards for the IRA funding proposals, but looking at allocation changes that might result from climate-induced impacts or something like that, the effect of climate on fish stock distributions. I'm not capturing the words exactly, but if there are shifts in distribution that might affect allocations. In that context, the halibut catch sharing plan came into our discussion. And if anyone else can correct me on that, I appreciate it, but I believe that's what it was.
Thank you, Pete. Phil? What else? Vice Chair Asper. Oh, Corey Ridings.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this may actually just be a clarifying question for the Budget Committee report. The BC report notes the list under the IRA, list of potential IRA products, and it says 3 FEP initiatives, and then goes on a couple more, but also cites the attachment that council staff were good enough to pull together ahead of the meeting. And in that document, it notes the ad hoc ecosystem work group has kept the council apprised of a task list, and these tasks could be used in the development of funding proposals. And I just wanted to check and see if that task list was encompassed in that number 1 in the Budget Committee report about FEP initiatives. I assume that's likely, but just want to highlight, so I think is the intention, all the good work that the council's already done planning and thinking about climate change that we did under scenario planning and previous initiatives, and make sure that that work was on the table for this pot of funding.
Vice Chair Hasselberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for that question. I'm just trying to pull the Budget Committee report up here. So yes, there was the task list, and I may have to phone a friend to my left here, but as the task list was put together, it was informed by those items in the other task list on where we can utilize that information that we have from our various ecosystem related projects, climate and community initiatives, to then do further work. And I'll look to my left and see if I captured that correctly on the staff work incorporating that.
Secretary Burton.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Let's see, I guess there are a couple of things to consider. One is the process moving forward through our proposal process. So the first proposal, we've been asked to, it's a small amount of money, but what it does is it's essentially establishes the framework for a second and perhaps even a third proposal. And so the guidance we've received is to be fairly broad in the terms of possible things that we would work on. And the second phase is to say, here is specifically what we would intend to do with that funding. And this will be an effort that I'll lead with my staff and work very closely with Ryan and some of his staff at NIMS and headquarters in trying to boil this down into what they're willing to fund and what makes sense for our operations and our current agenda. So I don't think that means that any of the items on the list that you referenced, Ms. Writings, are out of play, but certainly when we get to the end of this proposal process, we'll have winnowed down what we're actually proposing.
Thank you, Corey. Further discussion? Corey Niles.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. First of all, thank you, Mayor. Excuse me. I know all the things that fall on your shoulders at these meetings. So appreciate you taking the time to follow up with NIMS and the executive directors of the other councils. It is a bit disappointing that this can't link up better with our ecosystem process, understand what NIMS's position is. I know everyone's doing their best to figure it out and make the best use of this money as possible. But we have been essentially doing what this money is asking us to do, trying to do that through our regular ecosystem process. That task list that Corey just mentioned, yeah, thanks to Merrick and Kit in particular for getting more of those ideas on the list than we saw last meeting in September. But my impression, those items were kind of just ideas expressed as part of a free-ranging scenario planning process. I'm part of the ecosystem work group, and the group has been trying to get those ideas vetted by the experts in the management teams and elsewhere for quite some time now. So the concern, and I think the committee of the whole idea is our best option, but that's just the concern, that implementing these and finding ideas that rise to the top is difficult, and everyone wants to use these extra resources in the smartest way we can. I have a subsequent thought, but I'll end this train of thought with, we talked a little bit at the budget committee about, I think there was no CPS item on the list at the time, but it's a good example of what I'm talking about of, there, like Marcy and others could probably go through the CPS list much more efficiently. But we for a number of years, just have a growing list of things that people would like to work on that we haven't had resources for. And respectfully, the budget committee is not the right place to pick which one of those ideas is the best one to work on. So hopefully, and I know everyone's figuring out the best way to do this, but hopefully there's a way that feeds into the priority setting process we'd like to get going for CPS. And maybe it could be a flexible proposal where if the implementation deadline isn't until 2026 or 2027, maybe part of the proposal is to have that priority discussion and see for each FMP where the biggest bang for the buck is. And these projects are typically challenging in that they need, a lot of them need the expertise from the science centers or elsewhere, and then the practical management expertise that come from the management teams and the advisory bodies. And so again, it's a good opportunity. I think it's going to be challenging, but I think we have excellent staff who can help set that committee of the whole up discussion to be the best it can, and figure out how we can make these proposals in a way that does bring in the public and the advisory bodies into where the best use of the money is. Second set of thought is on that, we have this ongoing FEP initiative, which very much would meet the proposal criteria, I would have to think. And the next step in that process is partnering with the Nature Conservancy on two workshops to be happening sometime in January and February. And Patricia does such a nice job of capturing the discussion in those notes, and excellent job again, Patricia. But that reminded me that, there was maybe a disconnect between the council and what the Nature Conservancy had available to support, and the difference is that Nature Conservancy can support advisory bodies and stakeholders, but not state or tribal employees, and no one can support NIMS employees except NIMS. So on that second one, it seems a little bit, I don't have the adjective, but odd to be having all this money coming in, but no money to be spending on the initiative we're working on now. And Merrick, you admit like you had not heard about this before. Just looking for I do think that one should rise to the top of the list, and wondering if there's an opportunity for you to talk to Gway. I think we're talking about, maybe two members or three per management team And there's 2 workshops, and I think she's talking 10 to 20 people, and you can put dollar amount on that. But I'm wondering and I don't know that Gway was on notice to be here today for this discussion. I will stop there because I think you know what I'm talking about, and I hope there's an opportunity to use some of this money we're likely to get or backfill to help participation in those workshops.
Okay, Corey, thank you. Executive Director Burton.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks, Mr. Niles, for those comments. I guess a couple of thoughts in response. One is I'm more than happy to incorporate some funding for the TNC workshops that we'd like to partner with them on as part of the IRA proposal process. My understanding of the TNC timeline is that they want to do that before we would receive the funding. I've also worn several different hats in my career, and if there's a compelling reason for a funder to allow a grantee to extend their timeline, they often will. So I think, as you suggest, perhaps a conversation with Gway about whether they can do this a little bit later, also knowing that our timeline around the risk table approach has also changed. I'm happy to do that. And in fact, I might just do it anyway. And then we can consider that proposal at the appropriate time, if that sounds good to you.
Okay. Thank you, Executive Director Burton. Anyone else? Okay. Vice Chair Hasselman.
Thank you, Chair Pettinger. Well, because of the number of recommendations for adoption in the Budget Committee report, whenever you're ready, I can make a motion regarding that report.
Okay. Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. I just didn't get my hand up there quick enough. I just wanted to respond to the conversation that the other Corey and Director Burden just had about the TNC workshops and the IRA money. Just even the IRA money aside, thanks for that clarification, Director Burden, on sort of the timeline associated with the funding. That makes sense, given the timeline that we've heard about the January 31. I'm fortunate enough to be on the steering committee for that workshop. And I know that there has already been a lot of energy that has gone into that, timing and planning, largely at the direction of this council and the ecosystem advisory bodies. So I just, as a steering committee member and having that experience, just pointing out, I think it would be beneficial to be able to help keep that on track. Also noting that the ecosystem items and how they move forward. March is our next touch point, and they do come here traditionally just twice a year. So what I understand, and I have not worn a hat where I have been responsible for federal funding or government state funding, but if the council would be willing, if it makes sense, to think about, I'm not sure the exact dollar amount, but a small amount to put aside so that some council staff and representatives could attend that meeting. Just try to make it as productive as possible and make sure that we're getting multiple viewpoints and making sure that we're also having all the states represented.
Thank you, Corey. Okay. Back to you, Vice Chair Hasmer.
All right, thank you. Well, I'll make a motion here, and you want to type it in? There, it has arrived. I move the council adopt the report and recommendations of the Budget Committee as shown in agenda item C4A, Supplemental Budget Committee Report 1, November 2023.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hasmer. Is the language on the screen accurate?
Yes, it is.
Okay, looking for a second. Seconded by Sharon Keever. Thank you, Sharon. Please speak to your motion.
Thank you. Probably not much necessary. I just appreciate the work of the Budget Committee to put together a plan that lets us respond, be a little bit flexible in the light of uncertainty with the IRA funding, and identifies those opportunities for the committee to work with the executive director and his staff on planning the committee of the whole and being able to pick up maybe some of the IRA funding things and get this important work done. So thank you.
Okay. Thanks for that. Questions for the motion maker or discussion on the motion? Mr. Anderson.
Relative to the list of potential IRA funding components, there's this discussion in this report about, and the maker of the motion referred to this, I think, about the potential of us having some additional discussions about that list. I'm finding it hard, a bit difficult that we don't have a list that where we've got everything in one place here for us to look at. And I think it's, and we've had a couple of, I think, additional ideas come forward as a result of public comment and the council discussion here. So I'm just trying to figure out whether or not we are going to have an opportunity to have a list in front of us that we can then discuss as a council, appreciating the work of the budget committee, but and their recommendations. But I'm uncomfortable with just by approving this motion, approving that list of potential projects without the opportunity to have a dialogue among the full council and consider what we heard in the public comment.
Okay. Executive Director Burton.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Anderson, for that question. I guess I'll preface my response by saying process around IRA funding has been frustrating, and here we are. I think everyone's doing the best they can. So I don't want to play hot potato and toss a question back to you, but I'm curious to know more of what you might have in mind. And so we could try to bring together a list as part of workload planning later this meeting. I think that'd be easy to do. But that would be, that might reopen that discussion of this agenda item at that time that I don't think would be appropriate. Or we can try to circulate something to you all electronically after this meeting, or we can take it up as a committee of the whole, as we were talking about here a few minutes ago. So those are three possibilities that come to mind. I'm just curious if you had something more specific in mind.
Maybe I'm the only one who's missed finding. I've looked at attachment 1 and looked at the budget committee's report. We haven't had a conversation as a council, to the best of my knowledge, about potential projects we would want to advocate having funded from this funding source. So I'm just trying to see if there's any way we can get to a point where at least we have a discussion amongst the council as a whole on the list and just provide some input. I'm not excited about bringing it back under workload planning. I'm less than excited about that, actually. But an email to us with the list of what we have on the table currently and maybe get a little feedback on it. Whether or not there's I don't want to pile on additional agenda items on the committee as a whole meeting if it's already full. And I appreciate the process and the lack of opportunity to maybe have a more deliberate discussion about this, but I'm just looking for a way to look at a list and provide some feedback, as well as having my colleagues around the table be able to do the same thing so we can value from each other's perspectives.
Executive Director Burton.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Anderson. I appreciate all those perspectives. In terms of planning for this meeting, what we had envisioned was that discussion you're referencing is happening here. And in your briefing book, you have a document that Mr. Dahl and I worked on that has the first stab at the list, and then the budget committee has added to that. So I was envisioning a council discussion here, knowing that it's still not an ideal process, but from my vantage point, I was hoping this would be the time for that discussion.
Okay. Vice Chair Asmer.
Thank you, Chair Penninger. Yes, and as part of my motion, it was capturing what's mentioned in the Budget Committee report. We were working off that C4 supplemental attachment 1, that is a list of projects. I hesitate to use the word finite. That there are a number of projects, but it is not set in concrete. More can be added to it. The committee added a list. I think what was important was that the committee's discussion was that it was better to approach this process with a larger list of projects. And it's correct, there was no prioritization, but bring to the council a larger list of projects that would proceed through the process of seeking some funding in phase 2, because there was work that needs to still occur, that can occur between the executive director, staff, and our NIMS partner on identifying where the better opportunities are to have projects funded. So as Executive Director Burden pointed out, this is the opportunity for the council to look and if it desires, assign some priorities, but the budget committee put together, I should say, adopted the list that the staff generated with the addition of a couple of items there. And so that entails the list of projects, those in the supplemental attachment, plus those that are mentioned as additions in the budget committee report. Thank you.
Okay. So we have a motion on the floor. Any further discussion? Corey Writing?
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and apologies for confusing you earlier, calling you vice. I have an amendment for the motion, if that's appropriate at this time.
Now would be the time.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Sandra. After the period in that sentence, it's right, and provide funding. To support attendance. Of state and tribal representatives. At the upcoming TNC FEP initiative workshop. period.
Okay, is the language accurate?
I think it is. Thank you.
Okay, you have a second? Seconded by Krista Svensson. Thank you, Krista. Please speak your motion, Corey, or your amendment.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Just to follow up on what I was noting earlier, that I think this is important work that follows on to the climate work that's already been done by this council for multiple years. This is the workshop is something that was brought to us by the public that we asked for over a year ago as a way to help supplement the climate and the FEP work that we've been doing. This is something where I think TNC has largely tried to foot the bill, but they actually just cannot pay for these folks to attend. So this would be a way to help get those folks there, state representatives from our ABs as appropriate, as well as tribal reps. Thinking about the timing again, I think the timing is good in terms of our ongoing processes around climate and ecosystem work. And I think this would be appropriate use to help move all of that work forward and hopefully get us situated even better to execute on some of the IRA projects, whatever those might be down the road.
Okay. Discussion or questions for the motion maker? Mark Rolnick.
Thank you, Chair Pettinger. Is there a notion of how much money we're talking about here? Because as it reads here, it's a blank check.
Corey.
Thanks, Mr. Rolnick. I don't know the exact dollar amount, but I'm going to guess it's somewhere around 25,000.
Okay. Marcia Urubko.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to follow up on that to the maker of the motion, do you have an anticipated number of representatives that you're looking to have the council support?
Thanks, Mr. Remco. I don't think the exact list is set in terms of exactly how many folks. It is somewhat depending on if and how much that funding would be available. I think probably somewhere like 20 to 30. Right now, the plan is to have 2 different workshops that are able to focus on the different FMPs. That's my understanding. As I said, I don't think it's carved in stone quite yet, but that is the ballpark the steering committee has been talking about.
Okay. Phil Anderson.
So just want to make sure I heard the response of 20 to 30 people. Is that what would result from this?
Yes, that is accurate.
And okay.
Are we in discussion? Are we in discussion or are we still on the questions? Yes. Well, in part of them, I wish I meant to alert Gway earlier, post budget committee discussion and ask her to be here because it seems like there's been some miscommunication between her and the executive director in the past about who can pay for what in more details. Yeah, Corey's probably in the ballpark. I was hearing more like 10 to 20 people, like 1 or 2 per management team. So it would be, 8 in with the tribal reps, maybe 10 per workshop. So I think, I guess Merrick committed to talking to Gway, but Merrick was saying after the IRA asking Gway to push the workshops, and I think she's already pushed them as far as she can, is my understanding, but I'm going off a few weeks memory here ago that I don't know. So it does seem like with the council's provisional budget and with the likelihood of sizable amount of money coming in on this very topic that it would be, again, lacking my adjectives today, just a bit odd to say we don't have the money to support this initiative that I think Corey said earlier that the council was really supportive of back in June and encouraged organizing. And I think it's not ships passing in the night metaphor, but I think it only came to at least my attention that recently that there wasn't that money to pay for the state and tribal folks. And I thought the council was, as in the last round of workshops, I don't know, 5-6 years ago, where the council's budget did support those that the Nature Conservancy could not.
Okay.
I have another question for the maker of the motion. Do you have any idea what the total attendance is estimated to be for the workshop?
Thanks, Mr. Grelnick. Gosh, I'm going to echo the other Corey again and say my memory is a little foggy on that. I'm going to guess because there's going to be 2 workshops. So probably somewhere 40 and 50 at each workshop. And sorry, I don't have a more precise answer for that. Like I said, we're still in the planning phases and trying to figure out exactly what that would be.
Butch Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm not against this concept, but I'm just kind of befuddled here on kind of the open endness of this and not any of the finer details that we can see to what it would cost, how many people and all that good stuff. So and this much budget, I have not participated in the council's budget, but I am in charge of a multi-million-dollar port budget, and this kind of seems backwards to me. But excuse my reluctance to vote for something that is not in or financial detail on the spending part. But I might have this wrong, so I apologize.
English, Executive Director Burton.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Ridings, for offering this amendment. Like I said earlier, I'm completely happy to work with Gway and try to put something together here in a way that we can think about systematically. And I realize that TNC is maybe up against a deadline. I don't have any control over that. I don't think anybody here does. But at the same time, we have a process here that we work through, and I think we have to be very diligent with our budget. And I would prefer if we could take a step back here and allow me to have a conversation with Gway and discuss whether there is a way for us to fold this TNC workshop into the IRA funding process and then allow this council the opportunity to weigh in on that at our committee of the whole meeting. So that would require, as my understanding, would require TNC to move their timelines back. But given that they're trying to help us, I think that would make sense to me that they and their funder would be amenable to that. Of course, I don't have any control over it, but that'd be my preference.
Okay. Vice Chair Hasselberg or Chairman Kiefer.
A question to the motion maker. I see that you emphasize state and tribal representatives, but I am wondering why. I mean, it's at least from what I see, we have a lot of members, stakeholders who are on advisory bodies in leadership positions, and why that would probably benefit from this and have a lot to offer. Why no consideration of them in this motion?
Corey?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Ms. Kiefer. Because TNC can pay for those folks. Yeah, so they will be invited and are definitely going to be included as part of this, but TNC can invite and include them and pay for them.
Okay. Phil Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I just want to express I'm supportive of us trying to find a way to get the yes on this. But I think some more, I mean, I heard 20 to 30, I heard 10 in terms of how many people we're talking about. I think we need to be specific in how many people, and if it's 2 per state or 3 per state or whatever it is, and a number that we're willing to support from tribal representatives, and then they can decide, you know, who comes. But I think the executive director's suggestion at this point, having that conversation with Gway and making sure we know where we're going here. But I don't want those comments to be taken as a lack of support for trying to find funding to support these folks attending the workshop.
Thanks, Phil. Krista Smithson.
Yeah, I'm just curious, I think for the maker of the motion, but possibly for our executive director, what the timeline for that conversation would likely be. I mean, there's a big difference in my mind between, hey, we vote on the first part of this, and then if need to do something like a motion to reconsider before the end of the meeting, if needed, versus no, this conversation can't happen for another 2 weeks, and we need to sort this out in January or whenever is appropriate.
Executive Director Burton.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Benson. If I understand your question correctly, I hadn't anticipated getting in touch with Gway this week during the council meeting, and there's some additional thinking and consulting I'd like to do with Patricia and probably Kelly on this, including, can we actually pay people to attend something that's not a council-sponsored event? And so we've offered to partner, but that's not the same as sponsoring, but there are details like that I need to doodle through before having a conversation with Gway. So I think we're talking about a couple of weeks, at least.
Okay.
Thank you. So that was the bulk of the question. And then the second piece was the budget component. I mean, I think that's kind of thrown through all of us well, maybe not all of us, but many of us for a loop in terms of what that cost is. And I don't know if that would be coming from Ms. Writing or if that would be coming from you, but in my mind, those were two kind of separate pieces in terms of could we do it and what would the timeline be in terms of that conversation, but also the budget component piece of how that would be gathered.
E.D. Burton.
Thank you. The budget component piece, I'm assuming what you mean is an estimation of how much it would cost us. Yes, that would have to be a communication between Gway and myself. I need better understanding of how many people we're talking about and how long of a time it would take. And if it is if it is a council-sponsored event that we have to notice it as, that might require some additional expense on our part. I'm not sure. This is why I need to talk with Patricia.
Okay. Further discussion? Oh. Patricia.
I had a question for the maker of the motion. If this is to be seated advisory body or management team members or somebody else and tribal?
Corey.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'm so sorry, Patricia. I don't quite understand the question. I think you used the word seated, but I'm not sure.
Current members of advisory body and management teams or outside agency people?
Mr. Chair, yes, they would very likely be seated.
Okay. No more.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. In light of this conversation, I will withdraw my amendment with comments about just my concern about the timing and hoping that the conversation that Director Burden and Gway, as sort of the one in charge of it, can think about ways to make this happen on the current timeline that the steering committee has been discussing, going back to my original rationale for this amendment being that this is follow-up, something the council has asked for, and it's in time with a lot of the work that has been done by the EWG and EAS. And so just hoping that that conversation, I think this is a little bit of what Ms. Svensson was saying, that can happen sooner or later. And the discussion includes options for keeping it on track with where our ecosystem and climate work on this is.
Okay, we have the approval of the second. We do. Okay. That takes us back to the original amendment. Discussion on the original amendment or original motion. Ryan?
Yeah, thanks. I just have a question on this. Sorry, I know we're in discussion, but as I look at this and based on our earlier conversation, and maybe you already said this, but the way the budget committee recommendations are written, which this would endorse, it has a request for Merrick to discuss delaying that January 31 deadline. And then if not, add this to the committee as a whole. So I just wanted to clarify, right? I think we kind of already had that discussion. Are you asking him to again request a delay, or are we just moving forward with the committee as a whole? Thank you.
Vice Chair Hasselmer.
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Wolf, for the question. Yes, that in the course of our deliberations, there was some discussion already had. So my intent was not to re-ask that.
Okay. No more hands. We're going to call for the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, no. Abstentions? Okay, motion passes unanimously. Okay. Patricia, how are we doing?
You have completed the work for this agenda item.
Very good. Okay. Well done. With that, I'm going to pass the gavel to Vice Chair Hasselmer.
Thank you, Chair Pettinger. And we have a lot of items to check off under the next agenda item. Let's take a 15-minute break so everybody's comfortable and we can proceed through that smoothly. So be back in 15 minutes. Right, we've got about 2 more minutes here. We are waiting for a couple of motions to come in, and it's advantageous for us to give the people working on those some time. All right, appreciate your patience. I think we're ready to commence our meeting here with getting back to agenda item. It's going to flash up on the screen before us. We are back to G1, our halibut action. And because we covered so much of it, excuse me, it seems like a long time ago, which was just yesterday afternoon. I'll ask Robin to just recap and refresh us on what's needed from us today. Robin?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. For your halibut agenda item, like you said, we've covered all of the state reports, all of the advisory body reports. We've heard our public comment We walked you through the topics that are on the table for this agenda item. And there, I think I counted 8 items that we're going to want to move through. Some of those items are items that need to be in place for the 2024 catch sharing plan. We have our Washington and Oregon and California sport fishery changes that we want to address. And we also have the 2024 directed commercial halibut fishery season that we would want to address here for 2024. Besides all that traditional work, we do have 4 more what I call scoping items. Those are provided in the attachments under this agenda item. So you'll recall attachment 3 is most of just edits for mainly the management objectives within the catch sharing plan. Most items in there are fairly benign. Attachment 4 is the allocation issue. So there are options in there to take action on shifting some allocation from Washington and Oregon to California. So the decision to take action or not. And then attachment 5 is the in-season flexibility concept, where we're trying to find language for the catch sharing plan that will allow any excess quota, if you will, to be shifted amongst sport fisheries between states. And then the last item is attachment 6, and those are 3 topics that the enforcement consultants have been recommending that some regulatory changes be made. Not all of these items may be ready for decision today, so obviously we'll do what we can. But for those items that aren't quite ready to be implemented in 2024, we would ask the council to just identify those, let us know what the process might be, where the workload might lie, when you would want to schedule those again for council consideration if they're not quite ready for prime time. So we'll have, like I said, a number of motions on the items that we can take action on, and then just some direction and guidance on what to do with those remaining items, if any. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Robin. So with that, I'll just highlight then, it's on the screen before us. Number 1 is those final catch sharing plan and regulation changes, the Washington, Oregon, California recreational fisheries, the directed commercial fishery for halibut. And then we can proceed through the remaining items, which are in attachments 3, 4, 5, and 6. So with that great pause, I will look around and see where there is a hand to initiate discussion. And if we can do the items in number 1 first, I think that's beneficial, but that's your call. Heather Hall.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And I do have quite a few things to say about this. I know we've been talking about this since June, and as we've been doing, maybe a way to get started with that discussion is by offering a motion and thinking that changes to the catch sharing plan that address our season structures might be a place to start. This is normally what we do in September and November. So I could start with the motion on the Washington recreational halibut seasons for 2024.
Excellent. Please go ahead.
And I know Sandra has the motion. It's WDFW motion 1, Sandra. Thank you. I move that the council adopt the season structure and changes to the catch sharing plan for 2024 as recommended in agenda item G1, supplemental WDFW report 2.
Thank you. That language looks accurate, complete. Is that correct?
Yes, it does.
Great. Is there a second? seconded by Phil Anderson. Please speak to your motion.
Thank you. The recommended season structure for Washington sport fisheries, including the Columbia River, reflect input from stakeholders. We had a very robust discussion in August and then again in October about the season date proposals, which were influenced by the proposals under this agenda item that consider shifting allocation from Washington sport fisheries, as well as uncertainty in the Area 2A allocation for 2024. There's a core group of halibut stakeholders that have provided input to WDFW for many years, some of them longer than I've been involved in halibut management. We value their input and contribution to the discussion and recommendations. Input from these stakeholders is influenced by their long experience with halibut management in Washington. They've been affected by the restrictive measures that have been implemented, particularly in years prior to 2019 when the Area 2A quota was not managed under a stable quota. The seasons were implemented to spread the halibut season out as much as possible, including allowing only a couple of open days per week, staggered fishing days, and daily and annual limits. In 2020, with certainty in the Area 2A quota, we proposed a season structure that started digging out from some of those very restricted measures. Several sub-areas would be open multiple days per week and on consecutive open days. The Puget Sound region was scheduled to be open in April for the first time in 10 years. There was reason for Washington stakeholders to be more optimistic about Washington halibut seasons for the first time in several years. The excitement for the 2020 season was squashed by the pandemic. Recreational fisheries were completely closed for a portion of 2020, and the Makah and Quileute tribes closed their reservations to protect their remote and vulnerable communities. The ports of Neah Bay and La Push located on those tribal reservations provide recreational fishers access to some of the most productive fishing grounds on the Washington coast and the West Coast. However, anglers adapted during those port closures, which affected access through 2021, and fishing efforts shifted to other areas. But the harvest results were nowhere near what we anticipated, and catch fell below the Washington sport allocation. We've continued to adjust our season dates, but acknowledge we are in a period of transition in Washington. Not wanting to risk going back to the days where Washington sub areas like the North Coast and South Coast were only open a matter of days. The move from more conservative season dates to more liberal dates has been cautious. That caution was once again reflected in stakeholder input for the 2024 season recommendation. As such, we have season structures that are proposed, which are contingent on the Area 2A FCEY. And although the 2024 season recommendations do include another step away from the restrictive season structures that have been in place, they do not include seasons that are open 7 days per week for all sub areas throughout the entire season.
Thank you. Are there any questions to the maker of the motion for clarification? See no questions. Discussion on the motion. Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Vice Chair. The Washington motion also includes the Columbia River area, sub-area, which we co-manage. We didn't speak to it in our ODFW report, mostly just we forgot to, but ODFW is fully supportive of the recommendations in the WDFW motion for the Columbia River sub-area that we co-manage. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. Further discussion on the motion? And I see none. I will call the question then. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, no. Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. I'll look around for the next hand. Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I guess we'll go north to south on this piece. And thank you, Sandra. So I move the council adopt the changes to the catch sharing plan for the Oregon recreational fishery as recommended in agenda item G1, ODFW report 1.
Thank you. That looks accurate and complete. Do you agree?
I do. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a second? Seconded by Heather Hall. Please speak to your motion.
Thank you. This only involves one change to the Oregon Central Coast Spring All Depth. Currently, the regulations say backup dates have to be every other week, but to provide some additional flexibility, depending on our quota, we are changing that to say every week instead of every other week. In 2023, that would have meant we would have had another 2 weeks in July that would have been open to the all-depth fishery. The potential backup dates will be identified preseason as we have been. This just provides us some more opportunity and more flexibility with the season. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions to the maker of the motion for clarification? Seeing no questions, any discussion on the motion? Seeing no discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, no. Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. And I guess we were proceeding more or less north-south as you indicated. Maybe from my perspective, let's just move a little more south, westerly from the center of the universe. And Marcy.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'm prepared to offer a motion on California recreational regulations. Thank you, Sandra. For the California recreational subarea, I move the council adopt changes to the 2024 catch sharing plan to establish 2 subareas for the California recreational fishery by creating a management line at Point Arena. The area between the Oregon-California border and Point Arena would be called the Northern California subarea. The area south of Point Arena would be called the South of Point Arena subarea. Assign 500 pounds of the California quota to the south of Point Arena subarea. The south of Point Arena subarea will be open May 1 through December 31st, or until the assigned pounds for that subarea have been reached, whichever is earlier. All other management objectives, landing restrictions, etc., would be consistent with those as described for the California recreational fishery in the current catch sharing plan. Request that council staff work with NIMS and CDFW to finalize the catch sharing plan regulatory language for transmittal.
Thank you. That language on the screen is accurate, complete, and as you intend?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Is there a second? Seconded by Mark Gorelnik. Please speak to your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. First, you'll notice there are no changes proposed to season dates or structure, continuing on with the California subarea regulations for those items into 2024. This motion, as described in our report, is intended to create area-specific management to meet spatially unique fishery needs off California. The area south of Point Arena is at the southern extent of the Pacific Halibut range, and Pacific Halibut are not directly targeted in this area and are a rare and insignificant contributor to total fishery mortality. As presented in our CDFW report, most of the Pacific Halibut taken off California or encountered off California are north of Point Arena, with the highest recorded Pacific Halibut sport catch in this area south of Point Arena at 391 pounds. And that happened in 2022. The boundary line at Point Arena would allow Pacific Halibut that are known to occur in the San Francisco area, exhibit a seasonal movement cycle where they come into shallower water in the later part of the summer. Anglers in the San Francisco area have reported, and our creel data has suggested that encounters may increase in August and September. And at that time period, in most years, the California quota has been reached and the fishery is closed for the year. So suggestions from anglers have suggested that a separate amount of fish for the area south of Point Arena would allow for a longer season in that southern area. We'd use the same in-season tracking process that's already in place in California for quota tracking and in-season adjustments. And the expectation is that assigning 500 pounds of quota to the southern area would result in no change in effort, and fish that were previously required to be discarded would be able to be retained. We've had some discussions with NIMS and council staff about the language, and some minor work is needed to finish that up, as I understand it, which is why we have the last bullet authorizing council staff to work with NIMS and the department to finalize the language for transmittal. Oh yeah, just another note that December 31st end date would also allow catch of halibut, which otherwise would have been discarded, would allow anglers to retain fish when they might be pursuing other targets in the fall, such as sablefish or combo crab trips that are of interest in the late fall and early winter. And as with the northern area, season dates that are set pre-season through the catch sharing plan aren't guaranteed, and we would continue our in-season monitoring and tracking process. And if that sub-area quota of 500 pounds is reached, in-season action would be taken to close that southern area of the fishery. The area would also potentially allow for novel collections of biological data for any fish that are taken in this southernmost extent of California. Thanks.
Thank you. Are there any questions to the maker of the motion for clarification? Sharon Kiefer.
Or a curiosity question, how many fish would you estimate is 500 pounds?
Well, if you look at our CDFW report in 2022, we had 4 fish that were taken and landed that expanded out to 391 pounds. And that's the highest amount ever observed in this area. So we feel that 500 pounds as a set aside for this region will probably get us through. Thanks.
Thank you. Further questions for clarification? Seeing no questions, any discussion on the motion? And I'm not seeing any hands for discussion. I will call the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Marcy. Heather Hall.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hessmer. I do have a motion to focused on the directed commercial halibut season. That's WDFW motion 2. Thank you, Sandra. I move that the council adopt the following season structure for the commercial non-travel directed halibut fishery in 2024. The 2024 season will consist of a series of 3-day openings, each beginning at 8 a.m. Tuesday, ending at 6 p.m. on the Thursday of that week. The first opening would be on the 4th Tuesday in June. The second opening would be 2 weeks after the first opener, and the third opening would be no earlier than 3 weeks after the second opener. Subsequent openings would occur as soon as possible. notice of the dates for the first 3 openers would be announced in the Federal Register prior to the start of the season.
Thank you, Heather. That appears accurate and complete. You agree?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Is there a second to the motion? Seconded by Lynn Mattis. Please speak to your motion.
This motion moves forward the recommendation from the GAP, although it is worded slightly differently. And I just wanted to point out here, the use of for the 3rd opening would be no earlier than 3 weeks after the 2nd opener. The reasoning behind that is just to make sure that it's very clear to participants in the directed fishery that it wouldn't be 2 weeks after, and also acknowledging that NIMS might not be able to guarantee the timing of that 3rd opener. I understand it's accounting that the remaining quota that is needed, that time allows for NIMS. So I think that's the only clarification I have there. Thank you.
Right, thank you. Are there any questions to the maker of the motion for clarification? Josh Lindsay.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Heather, thank you for the motion. Just a clarification, I think, and since we've discussed this and you referenced that discussion in the middle of the motion, it references that the 3rd opener wouldn't necessarily be specified. However, the last sentence notes that the first 3 openers would be announced in the Federal Register prior to the season. And those 2 statements seem a little bit contradictory to me, and I was just hoping maybe you could clarify the intent there.
Thank you. I just, this is just I think a transcription from the GAP report, but maybe it would be more clear if this last sentence said notice of the dates for the first 2 openers be announced in the Federal Register.
Thank you for the clarification.
Lynn Mattis.
Is this a technical correction or do we need an amendment? If it's a technical correction as the 2nd, I'm okay with it.
At this point, we need an amendment.
Can I amend a motion that I'm the 2nd to?
I'm going to look to the parliamentarian.
If not, I think Sharon's raising her hand to maybe help us out.
Yeah, you can. You couldn't as maker, but as second, I think it's okay.
Did you want to go ahead, Lynn? I'm sorry.
Okay. This is my first time with one of these. I move the council replace the word 3 with the word 2 in the last sentence of the main motion to reflect 2 openers would be announced rather than 3. Thank you.
All right. What's on the screen is accurate and complete.
I believe so. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Is there a second? Seconded by Sharon Kiefer. As necessary, please speak to your motion.
I don't think this one's necessary, but thank you for the opportunity.
All right. Any questions or discussion on the motion? Not seeing any. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed, no. Abstentions. Motion passes unanimously. Motion to amend, which takes us back to the main motion now as amended. Any further, I'll look for either questions for clarification or discussion on the motion. Lynn Mattis.
It was just a couple of discussion points, no questions for Heather. I think this is going to be helpful for our industry members, realizing that this is a new process for the National Marine Fisheries Service. IPHC had been doing it for a number of years, and their rules allow for a little more flexibility in a timeline. Hopefully this helps meet NMFS's timelines. I thought they did a great job in the timeliness of things given their first year last year, but this will hopefully specify or make the expectations for the subsequent openers more clear so people have a better idea when to expect to be open. So appreciate that clarification. And hopefully that provides NIPS some extra time to get through their process.
Sharon Kiefer.
To either Heather or Lynn, or both actually, do the states have some sort of a corollary communications plan to help assist NOAA, get out that information? Obviously, NOAA is publishing it in a highly regulatory, some environment that some stakeholders may not have access to or pay attention to. So I'm just curious. I'm assuming you do have some sort of a plan to help them get that word out.
Yeah, thank you for the question. We do help, or we have a few stakeholders that participate in the directed fishery. It's just south of Point Chehalis in Washington, and we are able to help them with this information. I think there's a similar process in Oregon.
Lynn?
Thank you, Vice Chair, Ms. Kiefer. Yeah, we have, ODFW has port biologists in the major ports up and down the coast who are they are a conduit for a lot of our fishermen when regs change. As soon as I get notice that, or Christian Heath gets notice that the season's opening, we blast that out to our port bios, and then they go and talk to the processors in the different boats. So it's sort of an organic word of mouth thing. We also put posters up, but we do our best to try to help get the word out through NIMS and to our public.
Thank you. Further discussion? Josh Lindsay.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I just wanted to speak briefly to the concept here. We hope to continue to work with industry and the council on figuring out the best way to announce these openers. During the transition, there was a fair amount of discussion on our end that we actually thought we were going to need 3-4 weeks between each of these. I think we figured out at least one way to announce the first two with some certainty. The third one is still a work in progress. The 3-day aspect of the openers makes a 2-week time period between openers actually much shorter in terms of getting the data, getting advance notice out. We do hope this motion and this concept for this year will give a little bit more certainty to the fleet. We understand that there was a bit of confusion this last year, and we're also continuing to look at ways of potentially new and different ways of how we're able to initially notice some of these openers and fishery period limits. And so just want to let the public and yourselves know that we're continuing to look at this as we go forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Lynn Mattis.
Just one more thing, just really appreciate, I thought there was really good communication between NIMS and the states throughout this whole process last year with us providing landing information and the NIMS folks working with us to let us know what they were thinking. The communication wasn't always maybe the greatest the last couple of years with the predecessors, but I'm hoping we can continue that communication as we manage this fishery, but really appreciate what NIMS did last year working with the states.
Thank you. Further discussion? Not seeing any. We will vote on the main motion before us as amended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Heather. That completes the recreational and directed commercial halibut fishery regulations and season changes. So I will look for any other discussion. Lynn Mattis.
We've got a couple of other items to address that we've broken up. The next item in the order that we put them through was advised doesn't need a motion, but does need guidance. So hopefully this is the okay time to provide that. In regards to, where did it go? The enforcement consultant's report, the items contained in the enforcement consultant's report, I think the council should provide guidance that continue to be worked on and looked at, and then try to come back to us in June 2024 for additional discussion. This involves the VMS, the fish receiving ticket forms, and the seabird measures. Both the GAP and the EC were supportive of this going forward to continue to work. And I think we as a council should also support that. But it was my understanding we didn't need a formal motion for that.
Okay, thank you, Lynn. That's offered as guidance. Heather Hall?
Thank you. I just want to offer my support for that as well. I know our EC has put a lot of time into this and appreciate the guidance to keep it moving forward, and also acknowledge the support from the GAP on these measures.
Thank you. I'll look around, see if there's any objection to that guidance, the work on that continue. And I'm not seeing any. So thank you very much. Got some guidance on attachment 6. Heather Hall.
Thank you. I have another motion. This one is addressing changes to the CAT sharing plan under attachment 3. These are the management objectives.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. I move that the council adopt the proposed changes to the management objectives in the CAT sharing plan as described in agenda item G1, attachment 3.
That all looks accurate and complete?
Yes, it does.
Great, thank you. Is there a second to that? Seconded by Phil Anderson. Please speak to your motion.
Thank you. These changes to the management objectives came up early in our discussion on around management, because was there be an opportunity to look at the CAT sharing plan and just firm up or clean up how we've described our management objectives. In some areas, they're specific to each sub area and what we want to achieve. In many places, it's really just acknowledging that our goal is to, and our objectives are to attain that area's catch within the quota that we're managing to. So I think that's just what was intended to what's included in attachment 3. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any questions to the maker of the motion for clarification? Marcy Remco.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know that I have a question, but would just note the discussion that we had last evening about section 6 of attachment 3 pertaining to the reference of the ratio of halibut to Chinook. That language is proposed to be removed should this amendment go through. I asked Robin to explain for us what the intention of removing that language was. And I understood from that discussion that the intent was to simply clean up the language, but it would not have a practical change or effect. Overnight, I did have a chance to go and review the full language of the catch sharing plan, and I can't find any other reference to Chinook, leading me to be uncomfortable with what is proposed in front of us in attachment 3 to strike that phrase. I'm not against having a further discussion on the topic of whether the halibut to Chinook ratio should be potentially broadened to include coho, but this particular amendment was couched as a cleanup without any sort of effect. And we haven't had any discussion of this. I didn't see any public comments on this topic supporting this amendment. I don't think we've discussed the implications here in any detail. I don't see any input from our salmon advisors. So at this stage, I'm uncomfortable moving forward with the proposed language amendment shown in section 6 until we can do some more homework and have a more inclusive discussion. So with that, I would propose an amendment to add at the end, except for the proposed removal of the reference of ratio of halibut to Chinook in section 6 of attachment 3. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll take a minute to look at it. And for you, that language on the screen is accurate and complete?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Is there a second? Seconded by Bob Dooley. Please speak to your motion as needed.
Yeah, thank you. I just did, but just want to say that I'm uncomfortable making this amendment, which I understood to be clarifying or technical cleanup changes to as shown in attachment 3. And I believe the potential implications are far more significant. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions to the maker of the motion for clarification? Discussion on the motion? Heather Hall?
Thank you. I no questions. I understand where this is coming from. My take on it is a bit different, though, in that I don't think there's implications to the changes that are proposed in the cat sharing plan under attachment 3 until the council has a discussion on whether or not the landing ratio is different from halibut and Chinook. So, which would happen under March and April when we're talking about the incidental halibut retention in the salmon troll fishery. So I understand where this is coming from. I just think it doesn't have a significant change until further action is taken in March and April. That's how I was approaching this.
Okay, thank you. Lynn Mattis?
Thank you, Vice Chair. I had somewhat similar concerns to what Ms. Uremko had brought up, because I know last spring there was some discussion about, is it salmon? Is it Chinook salmon? Is it any salmon? And what exactly the salmon ratio refers to for halibut. I am afraid removing Chinook at this time will add to additional confusion when we start talking next March about the ratios. And this is becoming more and more important as we get smaller Chinook seasons. People are looking for additional opportunities. I do think it's worth discussing at some point whether it should just remain Chinook or go to coho. I'm just a little concerned about that it's coming in through this item and maybe isn't getting the attention it should. So I will be supportive of the motion, but I see where you come from too, Ms. Hall.
Thank you. Further discussion? Phil Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. I'm going to vote against the amendment. And the reason is by making this change, all we're doing is providing the council some flexibility when we go about setting our ratios in our March, April timeframe. We don't know. Well, we do know that we've had some real significant changes in our salmon seasons. There are times when it is Chinook non-retention. And there are some coho-directed fisheries, and those may be the only opportunities that fishers have in recent times, particularly off of Oregon. And to simply make this decision now and preclude and tie our hands from not having the ability to talk about it and make a decision based on the salmon seasons when it comes time to our preseason management process for salmon, it does not make any sense to me. This does not hardwire anything other than it gives us some flexibility as managers to make those determinations when we know more about our salmon seasons and how the mix of Chinook and coho may affect our trollers' ability to have access to their halibut allocation. We've talked about, the downsides of not catching our Area 2A quota. And so this just, again, this council will have a full opportunity to discuss the ratios when it comes time and you have more information available. This is just providing you the flexibility to make those determinations at that time. So I'm going to vote against the amendment.
Thank you. Further discussion, Marcy Yaremko.
Thank you, Mr. Hassemer. I see this differently. I did not hear in June an alternative come forward in the amendments to the catch sharing plan for 2024, a specific proposal to modify the language of the catch sharing plan to open the door to including coho as part of the ratio requirements. I'm open to doing that if we follow the proper process. I don't believe that any of the materials in the briefing book suggested that we'd be opening that door, and hence my concern. This is more than just a technical change. The reason you're sensing resistance from me, coho are ESA listed in California. We can never retain them. This is an allocative discussion and decision, and we haven't had that discussion yet. So I'm uncomfortable making what has been couched as a clarifying technical cleanup change here today in this action and signaling that we're opening that door.
Thank you. Any further discussion on the motion to amend? And I do not see any hands. I will call the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no?
No.
No.
Let me be clear. Butch Smith, Phil Anderson voted no. Was there a third no? Heather Hall. Abstentions? Hearing none. Executive Director Burden, by my count, the motion to amend passes. Thank you. So we are back to the main motion as amended. I will look for additional discussion on that. And I am not seeing hands here, so I will call the question on that. The motion as amended before you on the screen. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, no. Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Right, we've covered quite a number of items here. Marcy Yaremko.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would offer a motion on allocation.
Please go ahead.
Thank you, Sandra. Regarding non-tribal allocations to Area 2A sport fisheries, I move the council adopt option 3 from agenda item G1 attachment 4, November 2023. Move 0.6% of the Oregon sport allocation and 0.4% of the Washington sport allocation to the California sport allocation. Request that council staff work with NIMS to finalize the catch sharing plan regulatory language for transmittal.
Thank you. That language on the screen appeared accurate and complete. Do you agree?
Yes, it does.
Thank you. Is there a second to the motion? Seconded by Corey Ridings. Please speak to your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. First, I just want to acknowledge the public comments we received yesterday, reminding us that moving fish to one sector means moving fish out of another sector, and that there are very real impacts of that. I want to note the California and Oregon members of the GAP, per the statement, agreed on the recommendation for option 3. This slight move takes into account recent changes in fishery performance and under current conditions should have little effect on Oregon and Washington fisheries. But under current TAC levels would increase the California allocation by over 9,000 pounds. That's really significant for us in light of our current limit of around 40,000 pounds. The halibut resource is fully allocated and always has been fully allocated within the catch sharing plan. An additional 1% will have the effect of extending our season a bit longer into the summer under the current conditions and should offer additional recreational fishing opportunity in the California North Coast, which as you've heard from our constituency, is an area that's increasingly struggling to find opportunities. It's been 8 years since we've undergone an allocation shift. The current 4% allocated to the California sub area has consistently constrained opportunities in California on this highly valued sport fish resource. And I can't do half as well as Tim Clausen stressing the importance and the need. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions to the maker of the motion for clarification? Mark Gorelnik.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Just to be clear, we're not talking about 0.6% of the Oregon sport allocation or 0.4% of the Washington. It's just California would go to from 4 to 5%. Or do I have that wrong?
Marcy.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Mr. Gorelnik. The move, this is straight language out of option 3 of attachment 4 that would in total move 1% to the California sub area. So 0.6% from Oregon and 0.4% from Washington. Thank you.
Mark?
And that's of the non-tribal share.
Yes.
Further questions for clarification? Don't see any. Discussion on the motion? Heather Hall, then Lynn Mattis.
Thank you. I appreciate the motion. I appreciate the discussion in the gap and where they came to. I wanted to just speak to the fact that the support for this approach, for this alternative, was not offered by the Washington Gap member. And I can't support a move of the Washington sport allocation. I'd like to offer an amendment to the motion to strike moving 4.4% of the Washington sport allocation. Strike starting, sorry, Senator, I should have said starting with and. After Oregon sport allocation, strike and 0.04% of the Washington sport allocation. .4. Of the That's right.
All right. I think that language there is accurate and as you intend. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Is there a second to that? Seconded by Butch Smith. Please speak to your motion.
Thank you. I also really appreciate the public comment that has come forward on this topic. I read every single one of them under this agenda item. I'm really respectful and appreciative for the open and transparent process that the MSA requires on this. I've managed halibut since 2006 in Washington and recognized several of the individuals that took time to provide input. I've heard their frustrations with the restrictive management in Washington, the few open days per week, the lack of consecutive open dates, annual limits, and short seasons, as well as concerns about safety when these short seasons are combined with severe weather, which is very common off the Washington coast. I noted that several of the comments mentioned these restrictions and the cautious move to provide more opportunity and access for Washington recreational anglers. This year, Washington Sport Fishery took 91% of the allocation, leaving about 28,000 pounds of halibut left unharvested after our season closes at the end of September. The way that our seasons are structured in Washington is different, and each sub-area has a different season structure. We need to do that to address the different harvest rates in each sub area. And it's a way for us to make sure that our catch stays below the Washington sport allocation. So with that, the South Coast, which is our area off Westport, and the Columbia River sub area, halibut seasons have closed after June, with a few additional days offered in August and September. But neither of these areas are ever open 7 days per week. And just a couple of additional open days in May or June would easily take, if not exceed, that 28,000 pounds that was remaining this year. It's this difference in the way that the Washington seasons have been structured, the very restrictive approach that we've taken, and the cautious approach to liberalizing our season open dates in recent years, that is the primary reason why I can't support moving additional quota to California. We really haven't had the opportunity to provide similar types of seasons in Washington and to our halibut fishermen that are similar to the way the season is structured in California. And I can't justify transferring Washington quota under these circumstances. I am appreciative of for the extreme challenges facing California sport fishing community. I didn't take the allocation proposal lightly. We explored the implications and considered public input. Alternatively, and we'll talk about this later, flexible in-season quota sharing between the states could be a valuable tool that we should explore. It's a tool that we've used in Washington since the pandemic, and the flexibility that it's provided has allowed us to respond to some of the effort shifts between Washington sub areas that we've seen since 2020. I think there are other tools that we can use to provide stable fishing opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions to the maker of the motion to amend for clarification? Not seeing any discussion on the motion. Butch Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I've worked with most of you for a very long time, and I find you fair-minded and reasonable. And to have between 5 and 23-day halibut season in the state of Washington is pretty tough. And I appreciate California, and I appreciate Tim and the GAP members that tried to come to consensus. But we also had 556 comments, well, 663, 556 were for not moving fish. We always are inviting people to this process. And does their testimony count? I think it counts. And I wish we had the spare fish to move to California. I support, moving fish after a certain date when we find out they're not going to be used. I do support that. But for us to be giving up anything at this time is just asking us to cut days that we don't have on the Washington coast. And I'm sorry for that. When I was SAS chairman, and 8 years ago when we went through this, I was asked to see if I could mediate a positive decision. Some say I was the reason for that decision, which moved some fish to California. But at this time, Washington just doesn't have anything to give. I mean, and I'm sorry for that, but that's just the way it is. Our fishers would love to enjoy a 7-day awake fisheries from May 1st to August or November or December, but we just don't have that. And for most part, that length of that season down in California is the length of our salmon season and halibut season combined. So it's not like we're fishing every day, wide open from May 1st to Christmas. And halibut is an important piece of the economic puzzle to our Washington coastal ports. So I hope that this council will take in consideration that and consider voting favorable for this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion on the motion to amend? And I believe I see no hands. So with that, I will, I'm sorry, there is a hand. Is that Chair Pettinger?
There is. I thought it was interesting in the public comment that it's about a 90-10 split, which is pretty close to what the number of the fish above and below the California line is, about 90% above, 10% below. That's kind of ironic. I hate these issues. There's nothing worse than allocation issues. And I live 5 miles from the California border and do a lot of time down there. And I've talked to those folks down there. And I get it, right? Probably it's easy. Well, I think for this process, I think it's important to be consistent in how we do things. And I'm not going to vote against it, Butch. But I just think that it's good to get stuff out there as far as maybe us to think about how we do allocations. I know there's a lot more halibut down off Northern California because I boat fish down there quite a bit. And I think a year or two ago, they were even catching some legal halibut off Eureka. Certainly there's, if it's 10, 11%, it's probably more. If not an increase now, when? And how much of an increase would it take? I'm not tuned into the Halibut Commission as far as how they do stuff. If the line was drawn at California, would the FCEY still be 1.5 million pounds? I don't know. It'd be interesting. I'm not up on that. I do know that we allocate north and south 40-10 by stock assessments. Sablefish 36 degrees by the bottom trawl survey, what the latest numbers are. I was hoping that people would agree to give a little bit to help out, not because their salmon season's been shut down and their nearshore rockfish fisheries shut down, as a matter, but we take, California gives us halibut or salmon every year, more Oregon, Washington, okay? I'm not going to vote against you. I just think that it's easy to want to keep what you got, but I'm just I think that they just like to have a little more of the fish that's off their coast. So anyway, I'll just want to say that I'm not going to vote against abortion on this, but I think it needs to be said. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll look more carefully to make sure we've covered all the discussion on this. And now I do see a hand, Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I just want to comment, much like Butch, I feel a commitment to my people I represent and the fishermen I represent, and listen to their comments. Agree with a lot of the comments that Brad offered, how we split quota up and down the states and how we do that up and down the coast. I know every pound counts, and I know the sacrifices everyone makes up and down. I think this, combined with some flexibility, might get the fish where it needs to be ultimately. But I think where California is right now, particularly listening to our fishermen, listening to the rationale that they brought forward, reading their public comment, I too read all of it, and listening to the Washington fishermen, I sympathize with them. But at this particular time, I'm nothing personal. I just have to support my fishermen. So thank you.
Phil Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair, and totally respect people advocating for the people that they're here to represent. And that's what I'm going to do as well. I'm not sure there's any arguments that any of us are going to make at this stage, maybe that are going to change anybody's mind. And so I'm not naive enough to think I'll do that. I can't ever remember an issue that's united the sport fishery in Washington like this one has. I've never seen this kind of a response from sport fishers in Puget Sound and all along the coast. Our mayors of Westport and Ilwaco, our ports of Grace Harbor and Ilwaco, and I also respect the ability for the Oregon GAP and California GAP members to get together and come to an agreement on moving some fish from one state to the other, Oregon to California in this case. I don't respect their discounting and not honoring the GAP member from Washington's perspective in that. I think they are free to come forward to the council with a recommendation that affects the states that they represent. But to include Washington in this over the objections of the GAP member over the objection of all the people that have written in, including in some cases, our elected officials, would be a disservice to those people. So I'm obviously going to support the amendment. And I will, pending hearing Oregon's view on the 0.6%, will yield to their perspective on that. But so I'll stop there and just indicate my support for the amendment.
Thank you. Further discussion? Looking carefully, and I don't see any hands at this point, so I will call the question on the motion to amend that's before us. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
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 Abstentions?
Aye.
Aye.
Executive Director Burden, would you please call a roll call vote on this item?
Yes, certainly, Mr. Vice Chairman. Just one moment here. Okay, for the record, I'll be reading from voting sheet number 2. This concerns an amendment to a motion I'm titling G1 CDFW number 2. The amendment was made by Ms. Heather Hall. Mark Gorelnik.
No.
Lynn Mattis.
Yes.
Phil Anderson.
Yes.
Marcy Yaremko.
No.
Krista Svensson.
Yes.
Sharon Kiefer.
Yes.
Joe Oatman.
Yes.
Heather Hall.
Yes.
Butch Smith.
Yes.
Josh Lindsay.
Abstain.
Robert Dooley.
No.
Corey Ridings.
No.
Brad Pettinger.
Abstain.
Mr. Vice Chairman, 7 yes, 4 no. The motion passes.
Thank you, Executive Director Burden. So the main motion has been amended. You can see the impact of that amendment there with the strikeout on the screen. I will return to discussion on the main motion as amended. Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I don't think this is a clarifying question, so I didn't ask it at the time, but the GAP recommendation in the GAP report, it was that the California and Oregon members of the GAP agreed to this recommendation for 2024 only. I don't see any language about that in the motion. Was that intentional to try to have this be long-term, or inadvertent to not include their recommendation? Is it trying to be a separate recommendation without that 2024 only piece?
Marcy.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I deliberately did not include that piece of the recommendation. I believe the only thing we are considering at this time are recommendations for the 2024 catch sharing plan, so that any regulatory changes for years 2025 and beyond would be undertaken amendments to the catch sharing plan.
Lynn, is there a follow-up?
Then this may be kind of a process question that may fall to NIMS or to council staff. The way we've been operating with the catch sharing plan is once something is in there, it's in there until it's changed. So moving 0.6 from Oregon to California without putting 2024 only would be there until changed, until somebody made an actual motion to change it. Is that the correct understanding?
I think that's a question for either NIMS or for staff. Robin, who gets to tackle that one?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. My understanding would be consistent with how Lynn described it, in that things in the catch sharing plan are there until they're changed.
All right, thank you. That clarifies that. Further discussion. Lynn Mattis?
Then I am going to propose an amendment. And sorry, I don't have this written out, Sandra. Move that the words for 2024 only be added after to the California sport allocation.
That appears to be accurate, complete. Do you agree?
Yes, sir, I do.
Thank you. Is there a second to the motion? Seconded by Krista Svensson. Please speak to your motion.
Thank you. There was a lot of work by the GAP members. Captain Mike Sorensen, who has been on our SAS for a long time, was filling in, and he brought some of the salmon things he learned from Butch and others to try to have a meeting of the minds that I think was facilitated by Robin. And they came up with the plan that the California folks and the Oregon folks agreed to, of moving 0.6% of Oregon, and we'll leave the Washington piece out at this point since that's been taken care of. But it was very specific in the report that it said for 2024 only. I'm reading that as let's do it for this year and then continue the discussion. And that is my hope, that we could continue that discussion as we move forward. When we started talking about allocation changes last spring, it sounded like it was going to be a bigger process. And then we got to June and all of a sudden we were talking about 2024. And when we left March or April, whichever it was, I didn't think we were talking about 2024 yet. So this could be a stopgap for 2024 as we continue the discussions on how to move forward. It would provide some relief for California. It would not impact Oregon fisheries too much. 0.6% at this year's allocation would maybe be a day out of our Oregon Central Coast fishery. But it's a struggle when we've got the Columbia River that's open for 18, 20 days and trying to move quota to somewhere else. Most of Oregon didn't have a salmon season this year, just like California, and we're in the same situation. We're going to be okay for rockfish in 2024, but in 2025, our rockfish season is going to look significantly different as well because of restrictions to black rockfish and canary rockfish. So it seems like, yeah, we can try to help out for 2024 and let's continue the discussion. I don't know that based on all of the public comment of don't move anything, that I can go home with a long-term allocation shift right now. I think I can go home with a short-term allocation to try to provide some temporary relief while we continue this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions to the maker of the motion on regarding the proposed amendment? Marcy Remco?
No questions, but is it time to offer another viewpoint? I can hold.
Let's go ahead. We can combine questions and discussion. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. The council agendized considering allocation changes. We undertook this process beginning in June of this year, decided that we wanted a 3-meeting process so that we had enough time to build and consider alternatives and take input from our constituents and give the GAP an opportunity to work among itself with a specific goal in mind over the past several months. Lynn referenced, the first thing she indicated was there's been a lot of work into this process, and that is certainly true. It has been 8 years since we've considered an allocation change. I don't want to be back considering allocation changes again next year. We have other work on the list to move on to. I don't recall at any time in the past that we've ever included language in the catch sharing plan that made a change for a single year. That right there indicates that we will be considering allocation again next year. We've done a lot of investigating and listening and talking and holding meetings and hearing testimony, and considering a change for a single year isn't consistent with any past practice on this topic that I've ever seen. So with that, I will not be supporting the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion on the motion to amend. Krista Svensson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I will be supporting the amendment. I know just from the testimony we've had from Oregon, there was not a lot of support for giving anything. Fishing, like everywhere else in Oregon, has been tough. And as my colleague down the table from me knows, since he's also on the Columbia, it's a struggle for all of us. I won't speak for the southern part of the state because I don't know it quite as well. And I know that there's a lot of cross hopping there too, and it's tough. I am thankful for our advisors from Oregon and California who've been able to work together and have come forward with something in terms of being able to share, even if it is only for 1 year. But without their advice, then I would be not supportive of the main motion. And I feel like with the ability to have a year, I could be supportive of both. So otherwise, when I go home, I have to explain why I'm voting for something that not only did my constituents not want, but my advisors did not agree to. So that really is the position that I feel like I'm in here at the table today. I am appreciative of everybody that's worked on this. I know it is a lot of work moving forward. If it is needing to be revisited, and if this passes, will need to be revisited, I absolutely am sympathetic with California. And I think it is important, particularly in light of the work and the public comment we've had this week on a variety of fisheries in California, to do what we can to help them this year. But that cannot come at the expense of not having stakeholder input from at least my region.
Heather Hall.
Thank you. And I think Ms. Benson said it very nicely. I agree. If it's exceptional that we consider a catch sharing plan change like this, or an allocation change for 1 year, I'm willing to support that. I think again, the gap put themselves on the line and came up with a recommendation. I think what I'm hearing from Ms. Mattis is also willing to move forward. And I think that the alternative to not having this for 1 year could be very different. We also, in our Washington delegations and our discussions leading up to now, have really talked a lot about uncertainty in the 2A allocation. We don't know what that's going to look like. And so having this change in for a longer term, I just think at this time is more challenging than maybe any other. So I'll also support the amendment.
Thank you. Further discussion? Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I just want to offer my opinion or my rationale for my vote on this. I look at the GAP report and it was Oregon and Washington, California and Oregon members of the GAP agreed on the recommendation, and it included for 24 only. And that's what they testified to. So I find it hard to go against my own members, even though it would be beneficial, I think, in the long run to have that as a, fixed. But that isn't what we were advised to. And I know that that wasn't an easy decision to move that. It also states that Washington did not support it, Washington recreational members. So I have to respect the GAP decision on this. So I will be voting against the amendment or for the amendment, I guess. So, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion? Done a complete scan. There are no hands. I will call for the question, the motion to amend, which is at the bottom of the screen there. You can see that. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
No.
We had a no vote from Corey Ridings, Marcy Remco, Mark Gorelnik, abstentions.
Aye.
One abstention notice, National Marine Fisheries Service, Mr. Josh Lindsay. Executive Director Burden, by my count, the motion passes. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Vice Chairman.
Thank you. So if we can scroll back to the top, we are back to the main motion as amended twice. Both of those amendments are in there, so we know we strike what's in strikeout, and what is highlighted in purple has been added. Further discussion on the motion. Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I'll be supportive of the main motion as amended. I know it's not perfect. It's not what a lot of folks were hoping to get out of this, but I think it's a compromise, which seems to be the word of the last couple of days, to get us going somewhere. There was a lot of public comment from Oregon saying don't give anything, but then our GAP members worked with the California folks and agreed to this. ODFW staff will get some flack when we go home, but I think it's justified given if the 2A allocation is somewhat similar to where it has been the last few years. Even though we took the highest amount of fish we've had in the last 10 years, we took the highest number of fish. We still left a little quota on the table. As those fish, we think it's the 2012 year class. They should be getting another 3 to 4 pounds heavier. If the average weight was 3 pounds higher this year, we would have been at 95% of our allocation. So this should still keep Oregon fisheries basically whole, but yet hopefully still provide at least a little bit of relief for California, which I know it's not perfect in what people were hoping to get out of this, but I am supportive of this going forward as amended.
Thank you. Marcy Yaremko.
I'll be voting against my own motion. I'm not willing to put nymphs through the workload associated with the rulemaking and council staff through the workload associated with the analysis to move 0.6% for 1 year. That's not what was envisioned when we embarked on this discussion about allocation. I know everyone had a different vision of what they wanted as the outcome, but I'm unwilling to put our staff through that exercise. We'll save it for another day and another venue. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcy. Further discussion? I do not see any, so I will call the question on the main motion as amended. It's before us on the screen. At the top there, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no.
No.
No. Abstentions?
Abstain.
Aye.
Abstain.
I have Executive Director Burden, would you please call a roll call vote?
Just one moment, Mr. Vice Chairman. Okay, for the record, I'll be reading from voting sheet number 3. Motion reference I've titled G1 CDFW number 2. This is on the main motion. Heather Hall.
No.
I'm sorry, is that a no?
No.
Krista Svensson.
No.
Joe Oatman.
No.
Mark Gorelnik.
No.
Sharon Kiefer.
Abstained.
Josh Lindsay.
Abstain.
Robert Dooley.
No.
Butch Smith.
No.
Phil Anderson.
Abstain.
Corey Ridings.
Aye.
Marcy Yaremko.
No.
Lynn Mattis.
No.
Brad Pettinger.
No.
And 1 yes, 9 no. That was a clarifying vote, Mr. Vice Chairman. Motion fails.
Thank you very much. Motion for calling the roll call vote. The motion fails. So that will take us back to any further discussion on our remaining items, which do include attachment 4 allocation, attachment 5 in-season flexibility. Marcy Yaremko.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Let's see if I can do better on this one. Motion on in-season flexibility. Sandra, thank you. At the earliest time possible, the state can notify nymphs of the amount in pounds of halibut of their allocation that is projected to be unused after accounting for state management objectives. This projected amount could be made available to the other states for the remainder of the calendar year. NIMS would reapportion the amount of net pounds available equally to each of the 2 states receiving the additional pounds. NIMS will announce any such reapportionment as soon as possible in the Federal Register and concurrent publication on the hotline consistent with the language described in Section 6.8 of the CSP. On or around August 15th, Council staff will facilitate a discussion between the 3 states and NIMS to share catch-up dates and in-season fishery information, which could provide insight to any excess that could potentially be available for the remainder of the current season. Request that Council staff work with the state agencies and NIMS to finalize the catch sharing plan language for transmittal.
Thank you, Marcy. All that language is accurate and complete as I read it. I'm just wondering at the beginning if we need to add anything. I'm just trying to think where the language goes, but maybe it's okay. It's accurate and complete and as you intend.
Yes, it is. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Is there a second to the motion? Seconded by Heather Hall. Please speak to your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. What you're looking at on the screen is a slight modification of the language that was recommended to us in the GAP report and that has undergone additional review and minor tweaking by Josh and Robin as we approach this meeting to develop a path forward for in-season regulatory flexibility. I want to step back a minute and consider our goal. We want to utilize our Area 2A TAC. Our catch sharing plan has shown that it does a decent job of initially allocating fish to the various sectors, but we have yet to work to find solutions that allow us to share fish in season or move fish, allowing better utilization of the full Area 2A TAC. That's really important. And we usually, our goal is to achieve and not exceed the 2A TAC. But in recent years, we've been leaving a fair amount of the fish on the table and stranding it in certain sectors with no ability to move it to sectors that may be able to utilize it. So I want to acknowledge the Washington contingency for offering a pathway, considering other in-season flexibility measures that we currently utilize in our whiting fisheries. I appreciate them bringing the concept forward for discussion and refinement since September. There's been a fair amount of work and discussion about how we can access fish that would otherwise be stranded and go unused to the end of the year. So what you're seeing here again is a combination of some different thinking. I want to reference the GAP report that indicated they agree the option 1 out of attachment 5 would provide flexibility to allow additional fishing opportunities to communities that may need it. You may remember the exchange that I had with GAP representatives about their understanding of how option 1 would work. And they confirmed that they understood that it would help those communities that may need it, particularly those in California. after primary seasons have ended in other states. Appreciate the work of Josh and Robin in getting together to come up with language that we can actually work with for 2024. I'd say this is a starting point. We might be looking at refinements or additional flexibility provisions into the future. This alternative is limited to only the sport fishing sectors. So the transfer would be based on examining in season the progress of our recreational fisheries and identifying if there's pounds available to be utilized by other states. So I want to refer back to our PowerPoint that suggests we may need more time to get the language right. I think we've gotten pretty far along, and I think this is going to give us something to work with this year. The catch sharing plan does its job in initially allocating poundage to the various sectors, yet the ability to move fish is limited. I want to speak to the attachment 5 supplemental and a change in the language that you see on the screen from what was proposed in the language of option 1 offered by the GAP. The proposal here would reapportion the amount of net pounds available equally to each of the 2 states that would receive the additional pounds. The language that was under consideration in the language provided to us from the GAP and originally identified in supplemental attachment 5, in fact, fell back on the catch sharing plan's apportionment scheme such that any poundage that would be available would be redistributed once again according to the scheme that's outlined in the catch sharing plan. So if you look at the example in supplemental attachment 5, which was that Washington would offer 10,000 pounds because they projected it would not be taken in their fishery before the season ends. 10,000 pounds would be distributed per the catch sharing plan. The pro rata share between Oregon and Washington, or I'm sorry, between Oregon and California would result in 1187 of those pounds to be available to California, and the rest would go to Oregon. 1,187 pounds to California is not enough to warrant a reopener of the California fishery once it's closed. And the reason I know that is because in 2023, we estimated that about 1,200 pounds remained on the California subarea quota after we had finalized our catch estimates, and that reopening was not authorized because it's too small an amount, de minimis amount, would be difficult to manage and track. So an equal share between the states of what might be offered up seems the most reasonable and efficient way of redistributing what might be available. So with that, that's the proposal. I appreciate the work with the other 2 states on thinking through how to get something done with regard to flexibility in 2024 to better utilize halibut that is allocated initially through the catch sharing plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions to the maker of the motion for clarification? Not seeing questions. Oh, Josh Lindsay, sorry.
It's my fault, Mr. Vice Chair. I was late with the hand. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Rumko, for the motion. I did have, I guess, two clarifying questions. I do believe you answered one speaking to your motion, but in the first sentence, you referenced just the amount of their allocation versus their sport or rec allocation. But in speaking to the motion, you clarified that that's the intent as we've been discussing to date, I believe.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'm sorry, I don't think I'm following your question.
Sorry, in the first sentence, you say at the earliest time possible, a state can notify NIMS of the amount of their allocation that is projected to be unused after accounting for state management objectives. And the intent is that's the sport allocation of that state.
Marcy?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Lindsay. I should probably offer a little more context in the sense that this language that you see is what I had been provided as kind of a working draft of blue text that was discussion, resulted from some sidebar discussion on how to improve the language from the option one initial draft. So yes, this is speaking strictly to pounds and sport allocations.
Another further.
Thank you to the Vice Chair. Thank you, Mr. Rumko. The other clarifying question I had, I understand the change to the original option of the reapportionment to be equal to the other two states versus the allocation scheme within the catch sharing plan. I guess the question I have then with that change is that, as you're aware, both Oregon and Washington also have various sub areas. And is the intent of this motion that this reallocation would be among those sub areas and also an equal reapportionment within those states, or?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, for the question. The allocation would be made available to the state, and depending on where we are in season, for example, it may not be appropriate for Oregon to receive pounds under this reallocation scheme for those pounds to fall into their spring fishery. It may be after, late into August. So I believe that it is most appropriate to leave that to the discretion of the state managers on how those pounds would roll out through their state schemes, I guess is the way to describe it. It's difficult for me to comment entirely because in California, we receive one amount and it would be added to our total. So I'm unclear how it would work, but I believe the states are capable of evaluating that themselves and recommending to NIMS the preferred distribution strategy.
Josh, anything further?
No, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I may have other associated comments with that in discussion, but thank you.
Thank you. Further questions for clarification? Phil Anderson?
I have a question. I'm not sure it's for clarification.
Go ahead with it.
Thanks for the motion, Marcy. Supportive of what you're trying to do here. And I was thinking about offering an amendment at the appropriate time to put the word sport between there and allocation on the second line, but that's not my question. In the middle there where it talks about the reapportion, and I think that's a reasonable approach. I wondered if you or this other state reps talked about adding, unless otherwise agreed by the state representatives, to that. So you'd hardwire that as the base. But given the set of circumstances that the two states had, you may agree to do 60-40 or, depending on how each state's sport fishery is progressing. So my question is, did you think about giving yourself a little bit of flexibility, understanding that would be the default or starting point, but giving yourselves a little bit of flexibility to discuss the potential of something different than 50-50?
Marcy?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Yes. I believe supplemental attachment 5 does lay out kind of a process that the states would work through in terms of describing how any amount that was available could be shared between the two receiving states. But at the end of it discusses that a state could say that it didn't need more than whatever amount it might have been granted under the scheme that was suggested. And that, for example, if they were to receive 8,000 pounds and they estimated they only needed 5,000 pounds, then the remaining 3,000 pounds could go to the other state that was involved. So that is what's laid out in attachment 5 as a process. And so all of that other language in supplemental attachment 5 about working out how the pounds would ultimately be redistributed, I believe, holds.
Phil?
That would be a good clarification to have, because of my experience is these things get read very prescriptively, and deviating from the language that you have is generally frowned upon. So if you wanted to have a little bit of flexibility here, it was just a thought.
We've been at this for a long time. Let's take 5 minutes for a break. Give people a chance to think about that language there, and we'll come back. So 5 minutes, please. All right, everybody, if you can move back to your seats, we're ready to get back to our business. All right, let's get back to business here. When I last saw you all, we were discussing the motion on the screen before us. I'm going to look for further discussion. Heather Hall.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hessmer, and thank you for the opportunity to for a break. I'd like to make an amendment to the motion.
Please go ahead.
In the first sentence, please add after or before allocation, like sport, the word sport. Thank you. And then after the sentence that starts with NIMS would reapportion the amount, yes, start a new sentence that says, if a state eligible to receive the additional pounds declines all or in part of the additional pounds, all or sorry, not the in, well, all or part. Thank you. Of the additional pounds, comma, the remainder would go to the other state. That's
all right.
Correct.
Thank you. Is what's highlighted there on the screen accurate, complete what you intend?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. I will look for a second. Seconded by Marcia Remco. Please speak to your motion to amend.
Yes, thank you. What we would like to do here is just have as much flexibility as possible and in a way that is transparent to the public and that gives NIMS a clarity in the regulations. So trying to strike a balance between flexibility and clarity and transparency here and what we'd like to do, and really addressing if there's just a small amount of quota available and it's not needed by one state. We want to provide the opportunity for it all to go to just one state.
All right, thank you. I'm going to look around for either questions for clarification or any discussion comments on the motion. Sharon Kiefer.
For discussion, I just want to say I find this particularly elegant way to address this and find it far more publicly understandable and friendly than what was in the attachment 5.
Thank you. Further questions or discussion on the motion to amend? Not seeing any hands, I will call the question. The motion to amend, text is highlighted on the screen before you. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Abstentions? Motion to amend passes unanimously. Thank you, Heather. We are back to the main motion as amended. I will look for any other hands for discussion. Heather Hall.
Thank you. And the comment from Ms. Kiefer is what I wanted to speak to. This motion, which I appreciate from the maker of the motion, doesn't speak to attachment 5 at all. It's standalone and should operate on its own. So there is no adopting the attachment 5 or the process described in there. This is standalone, and I just wanted to make sure that's clear.
All right, thank you. Further discussion on the motion as amended. Not seeing any hands, I will call the question on the main motion as amended before us. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, no. Abstentions? The motion passes unanimously. Thank you. With that, I'm going to summarize while you gather your thoughts, unless somebody wants to raise their hand right now. Lynn Mattis.
Mine is, I think, would become after your summary, but I just wanted to provide guidance and ask that NIMFS provides what we've discussed here, the changes to the catch sharing plan, et cetera, provides that to the International Pacific Halibut Commission for their regulatory process, which I think documents are due right around Christmas time for their annual meeting. Thank you for letting me get that in.
All right, thank you. Guidance for NIMS on that to provide that information. Josh?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Yes, happy to do that. Appreciate the comment by Ms. Mattis. Some of these proposed changes that the council is discussing will require some modifications to how we've handled IPC regulations in the past. And so we will work with council staff to try to make those as appropriate.
All right, thank you. So with that, I'm going to run through off the top of my head. We had Washington, Oregon, California, recreational season changes. We had the directed commercial halibut season. We covered attachment 3, the management objectives. And we covered attachment, well, what was associated with attachment 5, some in-season flexibility. We had guidance given relative to attachment 6, the recommendations of the enforcement consultants, and we did not reach any consensus on action regarding attachment 4 allocation. Robin, what did I miss?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I don't think you missed a thing. I am very pleased that the council talked all of this out, and we had some really good outcomes. We achieved most of our goals or changes that we were hoping to provide some flexibility in the catch sharing plan, get our season set for 2024. Some of the flexibility language, it might not be perfect, but I think it's going to get better as we continue to use that type of language. So you have checked all the boxes on this, 8 different items to work through, and I think you did it in record time. So I appreciate it all, and you've done your work under this agenda item. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I believe that completes all our work then, allows us to close this out. I'm going to pass the gavel back to our chair and note that relative to yesterday's proceedings, we are right now 3 hours ahead of schedule.
Thank you, Vice Chair Asper. Boy, great work, everybody. We get 20 extra minutes this evening here by Golly, so hope you use it well, and we'll see you tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, and we'll start off at E7.